step into the fog-shrouded streets, dim-lit bistros, and shadowy riverbanks of France, where every whisper hides a secret and every glance could be a clue. The new investigations of Inspector Maigret invites you into a world of gripping mysteries, where the famed detective unravels crimes that are as much about human nature as they are about the facts, from chilling murders on the Seine to tangled webs of love, jealousy, and betrayal in Paris apartments. Maigret doesn't just solve cases, he peels back the layers of the people at their heart. This isn't just crime fiction, it's an intimate journey into the minds, motives, and moral struggles of unforgettable characters. Prepare for suspense, psychological depth, and a detective whose calm persistence reveals the truth no one wants to face. Chapter 1: The Hanged Couple. The keeper of the lock at Le Coudray was a thin, sad-looking man in a corduroy suit, with droopy mustaches and a mistrustful expression, a type frequently encountered among estate managers. He didn't distinguish between Maigret and the 50 people, gendarmes, reporters, police officers from Corbeil, and members of the prosecutor's office, to whom he had told his story over the past 2 days. And, while talking, he kept looking upstream and downstream at the murky surface of the Seine. It was November. It was cold, and the white of the sky, a harsh white, was reflected in the water. I'd got up at 6 in the morning to take care of my wife. It struck Maigret that it was always these honest, sad-looking men who had sick wives to take care of. I was still lighting the fire when I had the feeling I heard something, but it was only later, when I was making the poultice up on the first floor, that I finally realized someone was calling out. I went back downstairs. Once I was outside on the lock, I could just about make out a black shape against the barrier. "Who's there?" I called out. "Help," replied a hoarse voice. "What are you doing there?" I asked him. "Help," he said again. So I took my skiff and rowed over there. I saw it was the astrolabe. It was finally starting to get light, and at last I saw old Clausen's on deck. I'd swear he was still drunk and had no more idea than I did what the barge was doing up against the barrier. The dog wasn't on its chain. I even asked him to hold on to it. And that's it. What mattered for him was that a barge had crashed into his barrier, and might even have breached it if the current had been stronger, but the fact that the only things found on board, apart from the drunk old carter and a big sheepdog, were two hanging bodies, a man and a woman, was no longer any concern of his. The astrolabe had been pulled loose, but it was still there, 150 meters away, guarded by a gendarme who was keeping warm by walking up and down the towpath. It was an old, unmotorized barge, the kind known as a stable, the name given to boats that mainly ply the canals and have their horses on board. Passing cyclists turned to look at this grayish hull, about which the newspapers had been talking for the last 2 days, as usual, when Detective Chief Inspector Maigret had been assigned to a case. It was as good as saying there were no longer any new clues to be found. Everyone had got involved in the investigation, and the witnesses had already been questioned 50 times. First by the gendarmerie, then by the police in Corbeil, the magistrates and the reporters. You'll see, it was Emile Gradut who did it, he had been told. And now Maigret, who had just interrogated Gradut for 2 hours, had come back to the scene, his hands in the pockets of his thick overcoat, his mood sullen, and was looking at the bleak landscape as if planning to buy a plot of land there. The interest did not lie at Le Coudray, where the barge had ended up, but at the other end of the reach, 8 kilometers upstream, at the La Citanguette lock. The surroundings were the same as downstream, basically. The villages of Morsang and Senport were on the other bank, some distance away. All that could be seen was the still water lined with thickets, with, occasionally, a dip where there had once been a sand quarry. But at La Citanguette, there was a bistro, which meant that the people on the boats did everything they could to stay there overnight. A real bargeman's bistro, where they sold bread, canned food, sausages, rigging, and hay for the horses. It was there, it might be said, that Maigret was really conducting his investigation, without seeming to, having a drink from time to time, sitting near the stove, going for a little walk outside, while the owner's wife, almost as blonde as an albino, watched him with a respect tinged with irony. This is what was known about Wednesday evening, just as it was starting to get dark. The Aiglon 7, a small tug from the upper Seine, had brought its 6 barges to the lock at Citanguette like a line of chicks. At that point, drizzle was falling. Once the boats had been moored, the men, as always, had gathered in the bistro for an aperitif while the lockkeeper made sure the lock was closed. The astrolabe only appeared round the bend half an hour later, when it was almost completely dark. Old Arthur Ertz, the bargee, was at the tiller, while on the towpath Claessens walked ahead of his horses, his whip over his shoulder. The astrolabe had moored behind the line of barges, and Claessens had put his horses back on board. At that moment, nobody, basically, had paid them any attention. It was at least 7, and everyone had already had supper by the time Ertz and Claessens had come into the bistro and sat down by the stove. The master of the Aiglon's 7 chatted away, but the 2 old men had nothing to say. The owner's wife, a baby in her arms, served them mark 4 or 5 times without bothering too much about them. This was how things went. Maigret now realized. Everyone knew everyone else. More or less. You came in, vaguely greeting everyone. You went and sat down without saying a word. Occasionally, a woman would come in, but only to do her shopping for the next day, after which she would say to her husband, who would be busy drinking, "Don't come home too late." That had happened with Ertz's wife, Emma, who had bought bread, eggs, and a rabbit. From that moment, every detail acquired a crucial importance. Every testimony became extremely valuable. Thus, Maigret insisted, "Are you sure Arthur Ertz was drunk when he left about 10? Blind drunk, as usual." The owner's wife replied, "He was a Belgian, a good man, basically, who'd sit in his corner without saying a word and drink until he had just enough strength left to get back on board." What about Claessens, the carter? It took him a bit longer. He stayed about a quarter of an hour more, then left, then came back to look for his whip, which he'd left behind. Up until that point, everything had gone well. It was easy to imagine the banks of the Seine at night. Below the lock, the tug in front, the 6 barges behind, then Ertz the barge, with a stable lantern on each boat and a steady drizzle over everything. At about 9:30, Emma went back on board with her provisions. At 10, Ertz went back in his turn. Dead drunk, as the owner's wife said. And at 10:15, the carter at last headed for the astrolabe. I was only waiting for him to go before I closed, because the bargees go to bed early, and there was nobody left. That was all. As far as the solid, checkable things went, from that point, There was no precise information at all. At 6 in the morning, the skipper of the tug was surprised not to see the astrolabes still there behind his barges. A little while later, he noticed that the mooring ropes had been cut. Simultaneously, the lockkeeper at Le Coudray, who was tending to his wife, heard the old carter's cries and soon afterwards discovered that the barge had crashed into his barrier. The dog on deck had been let loose. The carter, who had just woken up because of the impact, knew nothing and claimed that he had slept all night in his stable. As usual, but in the cabin in the stern, Aerts was found hanging, not from a rope, but from the dog's chain. Then, behind a curtain drawn across the wash basin, his wife, Emma, was also found hanging from a sheet torn off the bed. That was not yet all. Just as they were getting under way, the master of the tug Aiglon 7 called in vain for his stoker, Émile Gradutte, and realized that the latter had disappeared. It was Gradutte who did it. Everyone was positive about that. By evening, the newspapers carried headlines like "Gradutte spotted prowling about near Seine-Port," "Manhunt in the forest of Rougeot," "Old Aerts' hoard still nowhere to be found." All the testimonies confirmed that old Aerts had had money stashed away, and everyone even agreed on the figure 100,000 francs. Why, that was quite a story, though actually it was very simple. At the age of 60, Aerts, who had 2 married sons, had taken a new wife, Emma, a formidable woman from Strasbourg, who was only 40. It was not a happy marriage. At every lock, Emma would complain about the old man's stinginess, saying he barely gave her enough to buy food. "I don't even know where he puts his money," she would say. "He wants it all to go to his sons when he dies, and I'm supposed to work myself to death looking after him, running the boat, not to mention." She would cynically go into details. In front of Aerts, if need be, while Aerts would stand his ground, merely shaking his head. It was only once she had gone that he would murmur, "She only married me for my 100,000 francs. But she'll be disappointed." Emma would also say, as if his sons needed it to live on. Indeed, the elder son, Joseph, was the skipper of a tug in Antwerp, and Theodore, with the help of his father, had bought a fine motorized barge, the Marie France, which had been alerted as it passed through Maastricht in Holland. but I'll find his 100,000 francs. She would say that out of the blue, even to people she'd only known for 5 minutes, coming out with the most intimate details about her elderly husband and concluding cynically, after all, he can't think it was out of love that a woman as young as me. And she cheated on him. The testimonies were unquestionable. The master of the Aiglon 7 himself knew about it. I'm only saying what I know. But what's for sure is that during the 2 weeks we were laid off at Alfortville and the astrolabe was taking on cargo, Emile Gradut would often go to see her, even in broad daylight. And then Emile Gradut, who was 23 years old, was a lowlife. That much was obvious. He had been arrested after 24 hours, dying of hunger, in the forest of Rougeau, less than 5 kilometers from La Citanguette. I didn't do anything, he screamed at the gendarmes, trying to parry the blows. An unpleasant, unwholesome little lowlife, whom Maigret had had in his office for 2 hours and who had kept stubbornly repeating, I didn't do anything. So why did you run away? That's none of your business. The examining magistrate had been convinced that Gradut had hidden the hoard in the forest. He had ordered more searches to be carried out there, but nothing had been found. There was something infinitely bleak about all this, like the river that reflected the same sky from morning to evening. Like these strings of boats that announce themselves with blasts on the horn, one blast for each barge being towed, and that pass through the lock in an endless succession. Then, while the women on deck simultaneously looked after their brats and supervised the maneuver, the men would go up to the bistro, have a drink, and plod back down. Cut and dried, one of Maigret's colleagues had said to him. And yet Maigret, as sullen as the Seine itself, as sullen as a canal in the rain, had come back to his lock and couldn't tear himself away from it. It's always the same when a case appears too clear. Nobody thinks of looking into the details. Everyone was sure Gradut had done it. He looked so much like the kind of person who would that it had been accepted as a fact. But now they had the results of the 2 post-mortems, which yielded some curious conclusions. Thus, where Arthur Ertz was concerned, Dr. Paul said, slight trauma at the base of the chin, according to the state of rigor mortis and the stomach contents. It can be stated with precision that death by strangulation took place between 10 o'clock, 10:30. Ayerts had gone back on board at 10. According to the bistro owner's wife, Claessens had followed him a quarter of an hour later and, according to his statement, had gone straight to his stable. Was there any light in the Ertz cabin? I don't know. Was the dog still on its chain? The poor old man had thought about this for a long time and finally made an impotent gesture. No. He didn't know. He hadn't paid attention. How could he have foreseen that his movements that particular night would subsequently be considered of crucial importance? He lived from one drink to the next. He slept fully dressed on straw, wrapped in the warm smell of his horses. Did you hear any noise? He didn't know. He couldn't know. He had fallen asleep, and when he had woken up, he had found himself in the middle of the river, jammed up against the barrier. Here, though, another testimony came in, but could it be taken seriously? It had been given by Madame Couturier, the wife of the master of the Aiglon 7. The chief inspector in Corbeil had questioned her, like the others, before letting the line of barges continue on its way to the Lowing Canal. Maigret had the transcript in his pocket. Question: did you hear anything during the night? Answer: I couldn't swear to it. Q: tell me what you did hear. It's all so vague. I woke up after a while and checked the time on the alarm clock. It was 10:45. I got the impression people were talking near the boat. Q: did you recognize their voices? A: no. But I assumed it was Gradut meeting with Ma. I must have fallen asleep again right away. Could they count on that? And even if it was true, what did it prove? Below the lock, a tug, its 6 boats, and the astrolabe had been sleeping that night, and, as far as Ertz was concerned, the report was clear. He had died by strangulation between 10 and 10:30. But things got complicated with Dr. Paul's second report, the one concerning Emma. The left cheek bears bruises, produced by either a blunt instrument or a violent punch. As for death, due to asphyxia by hanging, it occurred at about 1 in the morning, and Maigret plunged ever deeper into the slow, heavy life of La Citanguette, as if it were the only place he could mull things over. A motorized barge flying a Belgian flag made him think of Theodore, Aert's son, who must have reached Paris by now. At the same time, the Belgian flag made him think of Dutch gin. On the table in the cabin, a bottle of Dutch gin had been found, more than half empty. The cabin itself had been thoroughly searched. The cloth of the mattress was found to have been torn spreading feathers everywhere, to find the hoard of 100,000 francs. Obviously, the first investigators stated, "It's quite simple. Emile Gradut killed Aerts and Emma. Then he got drunk, looked for the hoard, found it, and hid it in the forest, except that Dr. Paul, in performing the post-mortem on Emma, discovered in her stomach all the alcohol that was missing from the bottle, which meant that it was Emma who had drunk the Dutch gin. Not Gradut perfect," the investigators retorted. "After killing Aerts, Gradut got Emma drunk in order to overcome her, because, don't forget, she was a strong woman. If they were to be believed, Gradut and his mistress had both remained on board from 10 or 10:30, the time of Arthur Ertz's death, until midnight or 1 in the morning, the time of Emma's death. It was possible. Obviously, anything was possible. Only Maigret wanted, how to put it, he wanted to get to the point where he was thinking barge. In other words, thinking like these people. He had been as tough as the others with Emile Gradut. For 2 hours, he had really grilled him. To start with, he had tried to make him sing, as they said at Quai des Orfèvres. "Listen, my friend, you're implicated. That's obvious. But to be honest, I don't think you killed the 2 of them. I didn't do anything. You definitely didn't kill them. But admit, you knocked the old man about a bit. It was his fault anyway. He disturbed the 2 of you. And to defend yourself, I didn't do anything. As for Emma, you certainly wouldn't have harmed her. She was your mistress. You're wasting your time. I didn't do anything." Later, Maigret had been tougher, threatening even. "So it's like that. Well, let's see what happens when you're on the boat with the 2 bodies." But Gradut hadn't flinched at the prospect of a reconstruction of the crime. "Whenever you like. I didn't do anything. All the same, when they find the money you hid." At which Emile Gradut had given a smile of pity, such a superior smile. That evening, only a motorized barge and a stable remained at La Citanguette. At the lock below, a gendarme was still standing guard on the deck of the astrolabe and was quite surprised when Maigret climbed on board and announced, "I don't have time to get back to Paris." Here. No. There was the sound of water gently lapping against the hull. Then the gendarme, afraid of falling asleep, walking up and down the deck. This poor poor gendarme, in fact, soon began to wonder if Maigret had gone mad. He was making as much noise, all alone inside, as if the two horses had been let loose in the hold. "Excuse me, my friend." It was Maigret, emerging from the hatch. "Could you go and fetch me a pickaxe?" Going to fetch a pickaxe at 10 in the evening. In a place like this, the gendarme, however, woke the sad-looking lockkeeper, and it turned out that the lockkeeper owned a pickaxe because he had a garden. What does he want with it? Your inspector? How should I know? And they looked at each other knowingly. As for Maigret, he went back into the cabin with his pickaxe, and for more than an hour after that, the gendarme heard dull blows. "Hey, my friend!" It was Maigret again, sweaty and panting, sticking his head through the hatch. "Could you go and make a phone call for me? I'd like the examining magistrate to come here first thing in the morning and bring Emile Gradut with him." Never had the lockkeeper looked so gloomy as he did now, guiding the magistrate towards the barge, with Gradut following between two gendarmes. "No, I swear I don't know a thing." Maigret was asleep in the Ertz bed. He didn't even apologize and seemed not to notice the magistrate's astonishment at the state of the cabin. The floor had been pulled up. Beneath this floor was a layer of cement, but this cement had been broken with big blows of the pickaxe. It was a total mess. "Come in, sir. I got to bed quite late and haven't had time to have a wash yet." He lit a pipe. He had found some bottles of beer somewhere, and he poured himself a drink. "Come in, Gradut. And now?" "Now what?" the magistrate asked. "It's quite simple," Maigret said, puffing at his pipe. "I'm going to explain to you what happened the other night. You see, there was one thing that struck me from the start, which is that old Ertz was hanging from a chain, and his wife was hanging from a bed sheet. I don't see. You will. Look in the police annals, and I swear you won't find a single case of a man who hanged himself with a wire or a chain. Strange, perhaps, but that's how it is. People who kill themselves can be quite sensitive to pain, and the thought of the links of a chain squeezing their throat or pinching the skin of their necks. So Arthur Ertz was murdered. That's my conclusion. Yes. Especially as the trauma found on his chin seems to prove that the chain, which was put on him from behind when he was drunk, first struck his face. I don't see. Wait. Remember? His wife was found hanging from a rolled-up bedsheet, not even a rope. Even though there's plenty of rope on board a boat, no. A bedsheet, which is the gentlest way to hang yourself, if I can put it like that. Meaning what? Meaning she hanged herself. That's indicated by the fact that, in order to summon up courage, she needed to knock back half a liter of Dutch gin, even though she never drank. Remember the pathologist's reports. I do remember. So, one murder and one suicide. The murder committed at about 10:15. The suicide at midnight or 1 in the morning. From that point, everything becomes simple. The magistrate was looking at him with a certain mistrust. Emile Gradut with ironic curiosity. For a long time, Maigret continued. Emma, who didn't get what she wanted by marrying old Ertz, and who's in love with Emile Gradut, has been haunted by one thought: to get hold of the money and run away with her lover. The opportunity suddenly arises. Ertz returns in a very obvious state of intoxication. Gradut's nearby, on board the tug. She's already seen, when she did her shopping at the bistro, how drunk her husband was. So she unchains the dog and waits, with the chain ready to be put around the man's neck. But the magistrate objected. Hold on. Let me finish. Now, Ertz is dead. Emma, giddy with her victory, runs to fetch Gradut. And here, don't forget that the tug skipper's wife hears voices near her boat at 10:45. Is that right, Gradut? Yes, it is. The couple come back on board to look for the money, even search the mattress, but can't find the famous 100,000 francs. Is that right, Gradut? Yes, it is. Time passes, and Gradut gets impatient. I suspect he even starts to wonder if he's been deceived. If the 100,000 francs really exists. Emma swears it does. But what's the point of it? If it can't be found, they keep looking. Gradut has had enough. He knows he'll be blamed. He wants to go. Emma wants to go with him. Excuse me, the magistrate said. Hold on. As I was saying, she wants to go with him. And as he doesn't want to lumber himself with a woman who doesn't even have any money, he knocks her out with a punch to the face and gets away. Then, once on dry land, he cuts the mooring ropes. Is that right, Gradut? This time, Gradut hesitated to answer. That's pretty much it, Maigret concluded. If they'd found the hoard, they would have left together, or else they would have tried to make it look as if the old man had killed himself. As they didn't find it, Gradut wanders through the countryside in a panic, looking for a place to hide. Emma regains consciousness with the boat drifting on the water and the hanged man swaying beside her. No more hope, Right. Not even the hope of running away. She'd have to wake Clausen's to maneuver the barge with a hook, a complete failure. So she decides to kill herself. But she's scared, so first she drinks, then she chooses a soft bed sheet. Is that right, Gradute? The magistrate said, looking him in the face. If that's what the inspector says. But wait, the magistrate goes on. What's to prove that he didn't find the hoard, and that precisely in order to keep it? Maigret merely pushed back a few pieces of cement with his foot to reveal a hiding place filled with Belgian and French gold coins. Do you understand now? More or less, the magistrate murmured, although he didn't sound convinced. What we should have known, Maigret said, refilling his pipe, is that when old barges are repaired, a layer of cement is put on the bottom. But nobody told me that. Then, abruptly changing tone, the main thing is that I counted, and there really is 100,000 francs here. An odd couple, don't you think? Chapter 2. The Boulevard Beaumarchais Case. When Inspector Martin of the gambling squad left his office at 7:50, he was surprised to see the corridor still full of reporters and photographers. It was very cold, and some had the collars of their overcoats turned up as they ate their sandwiches. "Hasn't Maigret finished yet?" he asked as he walked past. At the far end of the vast corridor, instead of taking the stairs, Martin opened a glazed door. As was the case throughout the premises of the police judiciaire, the waiting room outside the chief's office was dimly lit. In the middle stood a huge, round sofa, upholstered in red velvet. A man was sitting there in an overcoat, his hat on his head. Two inspectors stood not far from him, smoking cigarettes, while the elderly clerk was having dinner in his glass cage. Martin filled his pipe. In a quarter of an hour, he would be home, having dinner with his family. He was visiting the department as an interested spectator, since this case was all anyone had been talking about for the past 2 days. "How's it going?" he asked one of the inspectors in a low voice. The inspector sighed and pointed to the second door. "The one to Maigret's office. Who's he with?" "Still with the sister-in-law," hearing them whisper. The man on the sofa slowly raised his head and gave his companions a lugubrious look, in which there was a hint of reproach. He was a thin, sickly-looking man of about 40, or perhaps slightly younger, with dark rings under his eyes and a little brown mustache. "He's been here since morning," the inspector whispered to Martin. At that moment, Maigret's door opened, and Maigret appeared. As he didn't close the door behind him, they could see the smoke-filled office and, in a green armchair, the figure of a very young blonde woman, Lucas. Maigret called, peering at the inspectors like someone with failing eyesight. "Run and get me some sandwiches. Drop by the brasserie and have them bring up some beers." Martin took the opportunity to shake his colleague's hand. "Everything okay?" Maigret looked flushed, his eyes glistening. He gave the impression he would have given a lot for a breath of fresh air. "Listen," he said, lowering his voice. "Let me tell you something. If I'm not done with this case by tonight, I'm giving up. You don't understand, do you? Well, I can't stay in there much longer." The man on the sofa, who couldn't hear what he was saying, waited, trembling, but Maigret went back into his office, closing the door behind him, and Martin finally left, while the hand of the clock moved forwards another minute, and the reporters could be heard raising their voices. And yet it was a case that at first had appeared totally commonplace. The previous Sunday, on the fourth floor of a building on Boulevard Beaumarchais that housed a pipe maker's on the ground floor, Louise Voisin, 26, had died suddenly, giving every sign of having been poisoned. The apartment, comfortable, respectable, moderately cheerful, was inhabited, apart from Louise Voisin, by her husband, Ferdinand Voisin, a broker in precious stones, and her sister, Nicole, who was 18. It was Nicole whom Maigret had had in his office for several hours and who was holding up well, nervous, of course, biting her handkerchief, but still lucid despite the stifling atmosphere. On the desk was a lamp whose vast green shade directed the light downwards. Above the shade, Maigret's face remained in shadow, whereas the girl, who was sitting in quite a low armchair, was fully in the light. The curtains at the window hadn't been drawn, and raindrops could be seen rolling down the dark panes, which were spangled with stars because of the reflection of the lights on the riverbank. "They'll be bringing us something to drink," Maigret said, sighing with relief. He was so hot that he would happily have removed his false collar and his jacket, whereas the girl was still dressed in her gray fur coat and a pillbox hat of the same fur, which made her look particularly Nordic, especially as she had very blonde hair. What question could he ask her that he hadn't already asked? And yet he couldn't resign himself to letting her go. He felt a vague need to keep her close to hand, while her brother-in-law continued to wait in the next room to disguise his uncertainty. He leafed through his file as if, by endlessly rereading the same details, an inspiration might come to him. Even in the first report concerning the events of Sunday, the one drawn up by the local police, there was already something unclear. Despite its simplicity, on the fourth floor, in a room situated at the far end of the apartment, we found the body of Louise Voivin lying on the floor. Dr. Blind, who had been called half an hour earlier by the family, declared to us that she had died a few minutes earlier, shaken by horrible convulsions, and he clearly attributes the death to poisoning, criminal or accidental, probably caused by a strong dose of digitalis. Then, further on, we questioned the husband, Ferdinand Voivin, 37, who claims to know nothing. He nevertheless states that for several months his wife had been showing signs of depression. We questioned Louise Voivin's sister, Nicole Lamour, 18, born in Orléans, who made a similar statement to that of her brother-in-law. We questioned the concierge, who states that Louise Voivin, who was in poor health, had for a long time expressed the fear that she was being poisoned. To be precise, it had been the Sunday of All Saints, a cold, rainy day, the air smelling of chrysanthemums and the incense from the churches. Towards evening, the men of the prosecutor's office, soaking wet, their feet muddy, had descended on the building in Boulevard Beaumarchais. The pipe makers on the ground floor was closed, but that was the everyday tragedy, the stuff of almost every case. The real tragedy was one of which the waiting reporters had as yet no inkling, because it was only now, in the overheated atmosphere of his office, that Maigret had discovered it. While impatiently awaiting the refreshing taste of a glass of beer, he avoided looking again at the young woman, who was now staring at a corner of the desk, her features drawn. "Come in," he cried, bringing in the beers and sandwiches. The waiter from the Brasserie Dauphine glanced at Maigret's companion. "Will this do?" "That's fine. And take some to the gentleman waiting outside." But Voivin, when he was offered food and drink, shook his head like someone who can't summon up the energy. Maigret stood chewing big mouthfuls of his sandwich, while his companion nibbled at hers. How long had they been married? 8 years. A commonplace story of unremarkable people. During a stay in Orléans, where he had been called for some valuations, Ferdinand Voivin, a small-time broker in precious stones, had made the acquaintance of Louise Lamour, whose parents owned a shoe shop. So, at the time you were just a little girl. I was 10. I don't suppose. He tried to joke. You were in love with your brother-in-law yet. I don't know. He gave her a sidelong glance and lost his desire to laugh. Then a year ago, when your father died, your sister and her husband took you in. I moved in with them. That's correct. And for how long exactly? Have you been Voivin's mistress? Since the 17th of May. She said this clearly, almost proudly. Do you love him? Yes. Seeing her, so frail, yet so passionate, one might have imagined that, to inspire such love. Voivin was handsome and romantic. But one of the disturbing aspects of this story was that the broker was a fellow so nondescript. It was an effort to even remember his face. Even his profession was quite prosaic. For hours on end, he would haunt the cafes in Rue Lafayette, where precious stones were bought and sold. And it was only a month earlier that he had at last been able to afford a modest second-hand car. In addition, he was in poor health. What about your sister? My sister was jealous. Did she love him? I don't know. What did she say when she caught the two of you? She didn't say anything. She wrote to me. Since then, we haven't spoken to each other at all. And when was that? The 2nd of June. It was the 3rd time we'd been together. In the apartment on Boulevard Beaumarchais. Yes, in my room. Ferdinand thought Louise had gone out, but in fact she was in the kitchen with the cleaning woman. Did it not occur to you to move out? I wanted to. It was my sister who insisted I stay. Why? So that she could keep an eye on us. She said if I left the apartment, it would be all too easy for her husband to see me in secret. And in the apartment, she never left us alone. She always wore felt slippers so she could creep up on us. How could you live together for months without speaking? We'd exchange notes. For example, my sister would write, "Get your dirty washing ready for tomorrow, or else don't use the bathtub. There's a leak." What about Voivin? He was very unhappy from the start. He refused to sleep in his wife's room, and he set up a divan in the living room. He swore to me they'd stopped having relations. Maigret counted on his fingers. June, July, August, September, October, 5 months. So for 5 months, you lived like that? She simply nodded, as if it had been quite normal. Did Ferdinand Voivin ever talk to you about getting rid of his wife? Never, I swear. And did he ever suggest the two of you should run away together? You don't know him, she sighed, shaking her head. He's an honest man. Don't you see? He's the same in business. Once he's signed a contract, he keeps to it, whatever it takes. Ask anyone who's worked with him. All the same, for several months. Your sister seemed to foresee her own death. She wrote 3 letters to a friend from boarding school, and in all 3, she mentions poisoning. I know it was like my sister had gone mad from watching us so much. Almost every night she'd creep into my room, and I'd feel her hand in the dark, touching my face to make sure I was in my bed and I was alone. One question. After the 2nd of June, did you see Voivin again privately, 3 or 4 times, outside? But my sister found out. Each time she'd be waiting for us in front of the hotel. She'd follow me everywhere. Once, she came to town in her slippers because she hadn't had time to put her shoes on. Maigret had visited the apartment, which was as ordinary as Voivin himself. He could imagine the life the 3 protagonists had led there, and he had to keep coming back constantly to the same questions, like a carousel horse endlessly turning without finding a way out. Did you know there was a packet of bicarbonate of soda in the medicine cabinet in the bathroom? That was the crux of the matter. After Louise Voivin's death, the apartment had been searched, and before long a glass had been found that had contained some kind of medicine. Analysis had shown that it was digitalis diluted in a little water. Beside the glass was a packet whose label read bicarbonate of soda, but the packet contained digitalis, a large enough quantity of it to kill 100 people. What were you doing last Sunday afternoon? Same as every Sunday. It was always the most difficult day. Ferdinand was in the living room checking bills. I was reading in my room. My sister must have been in hers. What had you eaten at lunch? I remember very well. A hare that a customer of Ferdinand's had sent him. She continued to say the name Ferdinand with real fervor, as if he were the handsomest and most remarkable of men. Has your sister's death affected you? No, she didn't hide it. She even looked up to show her face. My sister made him suffer too much. And what about him? Can you blame him? I know he never loved her. He lived with her for 8 years, but he was never happy. My sister was always sad,
always ailing. In the very first year of their marriage, she needed an operation. And after that, she wasn't quite a woman like any other. Maigret left the room again for a moment, and from the doorway looked at the man slumped on the sofa. He had already questioned him once, the day before, but briefly, and he was reluctant to bring him in again and start on one of those interminable interrogations that are equally exhausting for both parties. Didn't he want to eat anything? He asked one of the two inspectors in a low voice. No, he says he isn't hungry. Is that so? Trying to summon up enthusiasm, Maigret went back into his office. Nicole hadn't moved. By the way, since we're talking about illnesses, who among you suffered from stomach problems? Ferdinand, she replied without hesitation. Not often, but it did happen sometimes, especially when he'd had palpitations. So he had palpitations. Actually, he had treatment for his heart 2 years ago, I think, but it was pretty much cured. Do you know if your brother-in-law had any stomach problems in the last few weeks? Yes, she said, just as categorically. What day was that? The day we all felt ill. Do you remember what you'd eaten? No, I don't. Did you call the doctor? No. Ferdinand didn't want to. That night, we all had headaches and nausea. Ferdinand thought it was a gas leak. Was that the only time? Yes, at least as strong as that. You mean there were other times? I know what you're doing, Inspector, but you're not going to make me weaken. I'll hold out to the end, despite everything, because I know Ferdinand is innocent. If anyone ought to have poisoned my sister, it wouldn't have been him, but me. You see, I'm not afraid to say it. But you didn't do it, he said in a curious voice. No, it never even crossed my mind. I would have killed her in a different way. I don't know how. It's true. We'd all been ill recently, only I'd like to see how you'd have coped. Can you imagine the life we led at meals? There was always one or other of us who didn't eat. Do you know how many cleaning women we had in 5 months? 8. They all said they didn't want to stay in a crazy house. She burst into tears from sheer nervous strain. It wasn't the first time since the start of the interrogation, but she soon regained her composure and looked Maigret in the eyes, as if to anticipate his questions. I don't even know if we still opened the windows. It got to the point where I didn't dare go to the corner of the street.
knowing full well that my sister would be following me. So you think your sister committed suicide? She didn't reply immediately, making it clear that the question disturbed her. Or, to put it another way, are you claiming that your sister managed to get hold of a large quantity of digitalis and, instead of trying to poison you, deliberately killed herself? I don't know, she admitted. It was clear she didn't believe that either, that it didn't tally with her sister's character. What, then? It's a mystery to me. In any case, Ferdinand didn't kill her. And what about you? But if he thought he would wrong-foot her, he was very much mistaken. She looked up once again, sustaining his gaze, with a hint of irony in her eyes. I think at this point we should call in your brother-in-law. Maigret grunted. Or rather, one moment. Would you mind waiting outside while I see him? What do you have to say to him? Standing. She was impatient now, chewing at her handkerchief, tearing little pieces out of it. Bring him in, Maigret called out, half opening the door. As for Mademoiselle, she can wait. He saw her out, then motioned Voisin to the armchair she had just vacated, a glass of beer. Voisin merely shook his head. Not hungry. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Your sister-in-law had a lot of things to tell me. By the way, what are you planning to do now? With difficulty. Voisin raised his head and looked at Maigret, at first surprised, then distrustful, as if it were obvious they weren't going to release him. One question. Voisin, since Nicole couldn't talk to you whenever she wanted, I assume she wrote to you. Struggling to grasp the connection, he shook his head. No. Why not? She was in love, and so were you. It was impossible. My wife would have found the letters. She spent all her time searching the apartment. My clothes, even my shoes. Maigret sighed. He would have given a lot to see Nicole devote her love to someone else, to anyone, rather than this mediocre man. Mediocre in everything, even in his desperation. Couldn't you have found a hiding place? I tell you, Louise would have found it. Maigret seemed to drop the subject. Never mind. There's something else I wanted to ask you. When you had heart problems, Ferdinand smiled painfully. I was expecting that question. Then answer it. Yes, you're right. I was prescribed digitalis, but I haven't taken any for more than 2 years. All the same, you knew its effects. You must have been warned that a massive dose of it. Believe me, Inspector, I didn't kill my wife. I'm convinced Nicole didn't poison her either. You mean you suspected her? Not at all. Calm down. You tell me you didn't kill your wife. Nicole didn't kill her. And now, I'm asking you a question, which you may answer or not, as you wish. Listen to me carefully. Voix van. Knowing your wife as you did, knowing she was a jealous woman who would rather keep her sister at home than make it possible for her to meet you in secret, knowing your wife, as I say, do you dare maintain that she would even envisage the possibility of killing herself, thereby leaving the way clear for both of you? Think carefully. I don't know. Come now. Answer or don't answer, but no lies. Voix van. No excuses. The man's lips were trembling, and suddenly a fetid odor in the room revealed the physical results of his panic without saying a word. Maigret went and opened the window, then came back to his desk, slowly filled his pipe, and drank what was left of his beer. I can help you, if you'd like, he said in a gentle voice. I suppose you'd rather I didn't bring your sister-in-law in. Voix van was crying, perhaps as much with humiliation as with pain, and Maigret walked up and down as he spoke, avoiding looking at him. If I get something wrong, please stop me. But I don't think I'll get anything wrong. Do you go to Antwerp from time to time? Yes, I thought as much. Antwerp and Amsterdam, where the main diamond exchanges are. It was easier and less risky for you to get hold of a certain quantity of digitalis there than in France, which explains why our searches in and around Paris were fruitless. I'm thirsty, Voix van said, his throat tight. He was so humble that Maigret felt embarrassed. He took a bottle of brandy from his cupboard and poured a large glass for Voix van. You're not naturally a cheerful person. You marry a young woman, and as early as the first year of your marriage, she has an operation that abruptly ages her by several years. You continue working dutifully, meticulously, the way you do everything, and after a while, you develop a heart weakness. Is that right? It wasn't serious. That's of no matter. Now, all at once, you're lumbered with your sister-in-law, and you suddenly discover what it is to be young and to enjoy life. You're in love, madly in love, but you have too much respect for your vows to leave your wife and start a new life. You're a weakling, a coward. I'd even say, the day you're caught by your wife, you don't react. I'd like to know what you would have done in my shoes. It's of no matter. Life in that apartment on Boulevard Beaumarchais
becomes torture. Every minute of every day. You may be incapable of leaving your wife, but you're even more incapable of giving up your sister-in-law. Stop me if it's true. You're the kind of weakling who causes disasters. I know what I'm talking about. Yes, you're the kind of person who, for fear of solitude, is quite capable of dragging lots of people to their death with him. Since life was no longer possible, you thought the three of you could die, which explains why you bought such a large quantity of poison. Is that true? How could you have guessed that? So far, it was easy. It was the fact that your wife died, and only your wife, that I couldn't figure out. But you gave me the explanation yourself. I'll get to that. First of all, admit that on at least 2 occasions you held what we might call dress rehearsals. In other words, you put small doses of digitalis in the food, which made you all ill. I wanted to know. That's it. You were afraid. You hadn't made up your mind to die. And you tried to see what it was like by using very small doses. For the rest, your answer to one of my last questions enlightened me. Your wife watched your every move, searched every nook and cranny of the apartment, even your shoes. In such a situation, where could you put the digitalis? What was the one medicine you were the only person to take? Wild-eyed, Voisin looked up without saying anything. From that point, everything follows naturally.
The digitalis is hidden under the benign label bicarbonate of soda, and you would probably have kept dithering for weeks, perhaps even months. I don't think I could ever have done it, Voisin moaned. It doesn't matter. You would have dithered for a long time, in any case. If the accident hadn't happened, one of your customers sent you a hair as a gift. Your wife, who's an ailing woman, can't digest it. She goes to the medicine cabinet, sees the bicarbonate of soda, and puts a spoonful of it in a glass. Voisin was hiding his face with both hands. That's all, Maigret said decisively, opening the window more widely. By the way, there's a wash basin next door. Would you like to use it before I call your sister-in-law back in? Voisin slipped like a shadow into the next room. Maigret opened the door. Would you come in, Mademoiselle Nicole? Your brother-in-law will be in here in a minute. And abruptly, do you want to die? No. Good for you. Be careful. Of what? Of nothing. Of letting yourself be dragged in. What did he tell you? He didn't tell me anything. Do you still think he's guilty? You'll sort it out with him. Where is he? Maigret had to turn away his head to hide his smile. He's recovering, he said, and he relit his pipe, which had gone out, while Voisin, like a man
blinded by the light, groped his way back into the office. "Ferdinand," Nicole cried. "No, not here." Maigret muttered, "Please." Chapter 3. The Open Window. It was 5 minutes to midday when the three men found themselves opposite 160B, Rue Montmartre, not far from the corner of Rue des Juniors. "Shall we go in? Let's have a drink, and then go in." They had their aperitifs at a nearby bar then, with the collars of their overcoats up and their hands in their pockets because it was cold. They entered the courtyard of the building, looked for staircase C, found it at last, and climbed 2 floors. On each door of this intricate old house was an enamel or brass nameplate indicating here a maker of artificial flowers, there a film company. On the 2nd floor, at the end of a dark corridor, the nameplate bore the words, "Le Commerce Français." Sergeant Lucas went first, opened the door, and touched the rim of his hat. "Is Oscar Laguet here?" In the waiting room, a man in his 50s was sitting behind a green baize table, sticking stamps on envelopes. He began by shaking his head. Then something must have struck him about the visitor's demeanor, and he looked at them more attentively, seemed to understand, and stood up. "He's never at the office in the morning," he explained. "What do you want with him?" "I have an arrest warrant," Lucas replied, indicating a paper sticking out of his pocket. "Where can he be found at this hour?" "I doubt you'd find him. He may be at the stock exchange or in one of the restaurants nearby. He'll be back at 4. Lucas exchanged glances with his companions. "Let me see his office." The man meekly led him along a narrow corridor and opened a door to what indeed proved to be an empty office. "Good. We'll be back at 4. The fact that for once Maigret was involved at the very beginning of a case was a matter of chance. At 3 o'clock, he was in his office on Quai des Orfèvres when a call came in that some Algerians had been involved in a knife fight in the Porte d'Italie area, and Algerians were Sergeant Lucas' department. "I can't go. Chief, I have to be in Rue Montmartre at 4 for an arrest." "Who are you arresting?" "Laguet. You know, the man from Le Commerce Français. The warrant signed by the financial section of the prosecutor's office. You go off to Porte d'Italie. I'll handle Rue Montmartre." He worked until 3:50, took a taxi with the two inspectors, drove under the arch into the courtyard, and, seeing this network of dilapidated staircases, asked mechanically, "Is there another way out?" "I don't think so." Not that it mattered. The commonplace arrest of a shady businessman. Second floor, chief, turn right. It was nothing but a chore. The 50-year-old man, Ernest de Charnot, was still sitting behind his table. This time, no longer sticking stamps, but copying addresses onto envelopes. In front of him, in the waiting room, 4 or 5 people were moping around. "Has Oscar Laget come in yet?" Maigret asked, without removing his pipe. "Not yet. He won't be much longer. These gentlemen are also waiting for him." A glance at the gentlemen in question, creditors, obviously more or less shabby people who had been there for an hour or two, in the hope of getting a few sous out of Laget. Maigret had time to fill a pipe, after first emptying it on the floor being already dirty. "It's drafty here," he muttered, lifting the velvet collar of his overcoat. Ernest de Charnot leaned a little to the side, listened out, and murmured, "I think he's coming. Why doesn't he come in through this door? He always comes in the back way. I'll go and tell him." As he said these last words, he got to his feet, and just then a gunshot rang out from the direction of Laget's office. Descharnot tried to rush out, but Maigret gestured him to stop and went first. There was a bend in the corridor. At the far end, an open window, the cause of the draft, looked out onto a little courtyard, and Maigret, who was susceptible to the cold, closed it as he passed. He was expecting to find Laget's door locked, but not a bit of it. In the office, the short, fat businessman was sitting in his place, slumped backwards, a gaping wound in his right temple. On the carpet, just below his dangling hand, lay a revolver. "Don't let anyone in." Maigret growled, turning round. Right from the start, something struck him as wrong, but he didn't yet know what. He sniffed, looked around, his hands still in his pockets, his hat tilted slightly back in a familiar attitude. His gaze finally came to rest on a pair of women's shoes sticking out from under the curtain at the window. "What are you doing there?" he said. Simultaneously,
A woman, still young, dressed in a fur coat, emerged from her hiding place, looked anxiously at the three men, and stammered, "Who are you? What are you doing here? What about you?" "I'm Madame Laget." The inspector, who had bent over the body, finally rose again and declared calmly, "Dead." Inspector Janvier was given the task of informing the local chief inspector, the prosecutor's office, and criminal records, while Maigret sullenly walked round and round the room, which was illuminated by harsh daylight. "Have you been in this office long?" he asked suddenly, giving Madame Laget a sidelong glance. "I got here almost at the same time as you. When I heard footsteps, I hid behind the curtain, just in case. Why? I don't know. First of all, I wanted to know." "To know what?" "What had happened." "Are you sure he's dead?" She wasn't crying, but she was distraught, preferring not to insist. Maigret went and spoke to the second inspector. "Stay in the office and keep an eye on her. Make sure she doesn't touch anything." He went back to the waiting room. The clients were still there. "None of you leave. I may need you. Is he dead?" "As dead as could be." "As for you," he turned to Descharneaux, "I'd like to speak to you in private." "We can go into Madame's office, unless she's there." The office was opposite Laget's, in order not to be disturbed. Maigret locked the door, mechanically fingered the damper of the stove, which wasn't drawing, and motioned his companion to a chair. "Sit down. Your name and age. Tell me what you know." He made the man sit down, while he himself remained on his feet, walking up and down the room, as was his habit. "My name's Ernest Descharneaux. I'm 54, a former shopkeeper, and a reserve lieutenant." "And now you're an office dog's body," Maigret grunted. "Not exactly." Descharneaux corrected him, with a hint of bitterness. "But you're right. It does look like that." Even though his clothes were worn, there was still something neat about him, and a kind of dignity in his manner. That colorless dignity peculiar to people who have known misfortune. "Before the war, I ran a shop on Boulevard de Courcelles, and business was quite good." "What kind of shop?" "Guns, ammunition, hunting equipment." Then I left for the front, as a private. By the third year of the war, I was a lieutenant of artillery. Maigret noticed a thin red strip on the lapel of his jacket. He also noted that the man while speaking with a slightly febrile haste, kept listening out for noises from the other rooms. It was in Champagne that I met Oscar Laguet, who was my subordinate, a private. Yes, later, he became a sergeant. When I was demobbed, I found my shop closed and my wife ill. I had a little money left, and I was unlucky enough to invest it in a business that collapsed a year later. Then my wife died. There was a sound of footsteps, and Maigret guessed it was the local police, but made no move to greet them. Sitting on the edge of the desk, he asked, "What happened next?" By this time, Laguet had started a company making chemical products, and I went to see him. He had his offices on Boulevard Haussmann, and he hired me as a door-to-door salesman. Since you came to arrest him, I assume you know what kind of man he was. Tell me anyway. Sometimes it seemed as if Maigret wasn't listening. The chemical products company lasted 3 years, and I managed to save a bit. One fine day, Laguet closed the place down, and I found myself back on the street. There was talk of legal proceedings against Laguet even then, but that didn't stop him setting up a new business with a lot of fanfare. A year later, Le Commerce Français? Descharneaux was hesitant to continue, wondering whether Maigret was interested in what he was saying or not. Footsteps and voices could still be heard from the other rooms. At one time, there were as many as 60 employees, and the offices occupied 3 floors of a modern building on Rue Beaubourg. Laguet published trade journals for butchers, leather merchants, sales agents, and so on. Were you part of it? When I went to see him again, he hired me, without a specific title, but in a way, I was his right-hand man. That's how he came to appoint me an authorized representative of most of the companies he created, and even occasionally the manager, which means that now you're also liable for prosecution. It's quite likely, Descharneaux said grimly. You have no idea how things were. Even when we had 60 employees, we sometimes scrabbled after 2,000 francs. Laguet owned his car, and Madame Laguet hers. They built a house in the country for 800,000 francs, but the servants went 3 months without being paid. We'd dig one hole to fill another. Laguet would vanish for 2 or 3 days and then come back, all excited, through a side door, and give me papers to sign. Quick. This time we'll make a fortune. I didn't even know what I was signing. Whenever I hesitated, he'd tell me I was being ungrateful and remind me that he'd dragged me out of the gutter, so to speak. He could be generous at times. If he had money, he didn't think twice about giving me 20 or 30,000 francs for no reason. Though the next day,
or the day after that, he'd be quite capable of asking for it back. We've had highs and lows, and this is where we are now. Madame Léger decided she wanted to handle the business herself, and she comes to the office every day. Taking his pipe from his mouth, Maigret suddenly asked a question that took Descharneaux aback, despite its simplicity. Where did you have lunch? When today? Hold on. I went out for a while to get some bread and sausage. The skins and the crumbs are still in my wastepaper basket. Did anyone come in? What do you mean at 2 o'clock? Some of the creditors arrived, as they always do. That's why Legate didn't dare come in by the main staircase anymore. There's another way out, on Rue des Jeuneurs. You have to go all the way through 2 buildings. But he preferred it. What about his wife? She prefers it too. Does she usually get to the office at 4? No. She usually comes at 2. But today's the first Wednesday of the month, and she went to the ministry to collect her pension. She's a war widow from her first marriage. Do you think she's capable of having killed her husband? I don't know.
And do you think Lage capable of having killed himself? I don't know. I've told you all I know. I wonder what's going to become of me now. Maigret went and opened the door. I'll see you again later. When he entered Lage's office, he found 10 or 15 people bustling about, and the lights had been switched on. The photographer from Criminal Records had done his job and was now putting away his cameras. The examining magistrate and a young deputy prosecutor were conferring in low voices, while Madame Léger, her features drawn, remained seated in a corner, as if dazed by all this noise and movement. Did you find anything? The local chief inspector asked Maigret. Not yet. How about you? We recovered the cartridge case, which was definitely fired from this revolver. Madame Léger identified it as her husband's gun, which was always in the desk drawer. Will you come with me for a moment, Madame Léger? Maigret led her into the office, where he had questioned Descharneaux. Please excuse me for bothering you at a time like this. I only have 2 or 3 questions to ask you. First of all, what do you think of Descharneaux? My husband did such a lot for him. He dragged him out of poverty, treated him as his right-hand man. Why did Descharneaux say something bad about him? He's quite capable of that. He's an embittered man. Second question. Maigret cut in. When did you last come to the office? At 2 o'clock, to get my papers before going to the ministry. Up until these last few months. I didn't want to touch my war widow's pension, but given the situation, at what time was your husband in the habit of getting back in the afternoon? Actually, at 3. Let me explain. He was obliged, for his business, to have long lunches with his clients, often with too much to drink. As he suffered from insomnia at night, he'd got into the habit of having an hour's nap in his office. What about today? I don't know. At 2 o'clock, Descharneaux simply told me that my husband wanted to see me at 4 sharp about an important matter. He didn't mention the police? No. Thank you for your cooperation. As he walked her to the door, Maigret was still trying to clarify the sensation he had had on entering Laguet's office. There were moments when he thought he was getting there. But a second later, the memory became as vague as before. Now he was hot, and his hat still on the back of his neck, his pipe between his teeth. He went to the waiting room like a man who doesn't know what to do with himself. 4 people who had been waiting earlier to ask Laguet for money were still there. Maigret looked at them one after the other and homed in on a tall, undernourished young man in frayed clothes. How long have you been here? Since 2:10. 2:15, Monsieur. Descharneaux, who had gone back to his seat behind his table, was listening. Has anyone come in since then? Only these gentlemen. He indicated his companions, who all nodded. Did anyone go out? No. Wait. Was Monsieur Descharneaux here all the time? Yes. All the time. But immediately, the young man seemed to have second thoughts. No. Wait. He went out into the corridor once because the telephone had rung. What time was that? How should I know? Maybe 3:45. Yes, it was just before you arrived. Tell me, Descharneaux, who was the call from? I don't know. It was a wrong number. Are you sure? Yes. They asked me if this was the dentist's. As it happened, before uttering these last words, he had looked down at the envelopes on the table, as if searching for inspiration. They were circulars that Laguet sent to thousands of people. Mechanically, Maigret did the same thing and read the address on the last envelope. Of the pile, Eugène Devry, dental surgeon, Rue. He made an effort not to smile. Well, Maigret asked, returning to the examining magistrate and the deputy prosecutor. Suicide, the latter stated. According to the doctor, the shot was fired less than 15 centimeters from the face. Laguet would really have had to be very compliant too. The 2 men looked up when Maigret cut in, or else he was asleep. So you think it was? The magistrate glanced over at Madame Laguet,
who was just then having her fingerprints taken and who stiffened in a dignified manner. I don't know yet, Maigret admitted. If it was murder, it was a clever one. Don't forget we were here, so to speak. It's as if the murderer deliberately waited for the police to be present. As the pathologist was passing, Maigret stopped him. Did you observe anything unusual? Doctor, no, not at all.
Death was definitely instantaneous. And afterwards, what do you mean? Nothing. Loggett must have been even more sensitive to the cold than I am. Look how the back of his armchair is up against the radiator. The examining magistrate and the deputy prosecutor exchanged glances. Maigret again knocked the bowl of his pipe against his heel. Out of decency. Loggett's face had been covered with a honeycomb towel taken from the wash basin. Basically, the investigators had done their job and were just waiting for a sign to leave. Tell me, Inspector, Maigret suddenly said, addressing the local man, I notice there are 2 telephones on the desk, one connected to the network and one that's internal. I assume it communicates with the waiting room. Could you go and call me from there? The officer went out. The others waited, looking at Maigret, who seemed distracted. A minute passed. 2 minutes. Then the inspector came back, looking surprised. Didn't you hear anything? I kept ringing. Will you come with me for a moment, sir? He led the magistrate to the office where he had already spoken to Descharneaux and Madame Laget. Maigret stood with his back to the fire, in his favorite pose, and spoke in a nonchalant voice, as if to apologize for being so hasty and in order not to humiliate the magistrate too much. As luck would have it, I was here at the right time, ready to see the office dog's body. You think he was the one who, but that's impossible, since, hold on both physically and emotionally, I'm sure you recognized him as one of those post-war failures who may be the most pitiful legacy of the war. The most pathetic victims, anyway. A man who was Lieutenant Descharneaux. A man who, at that time, was definitely of great moral standing. When the armistice comes, he's unable to get back to his former life. His business is in ruins. His wife dies. And it's Loggett, whose vulgarity and unscrupulousness meet with success in these troubled times, who takes him in. A silence. Maigret filled a 4th pipe. I thought that was everything. He sighed. Loggett uses Descharneaux the way a man like that can use an honest man. Sometimes Descharnoux rebels at this affront to his honesty, and sometimes he gives in. But in the end, Descharnoux' dominant feeling for the man who claims to be his benefactor is one of hate, a hate that becomes all the more acute when Laguet hits the skids, and Descharnoux realizes that he sold his honesty for a mess of pottage. I don't see what you're getting at. Neither do I, or at least I didn't a while earlier. I just imagined the two men, the boss and the employee, the former sergeant and the former lieutenant, whose roles had been reversed. I imagined these offices under siege from seedy creditors and bailiffs, then the expedients, paying off loans with other loans, the unpaid bills and the bad checks, the whole pitiful baggage that goes with this kind of financial collapse. Which is the reason for the arrest warrant that, would you excuse me one moment? Maigret opened the door and called Descharnoux, who looked quite scared. Tell me, Descharnoux, how many times had Laguet already been prosecuted? I don't know, 5 or 6 times. And each time he wriggled out of it, didn't he? Yes. He had contacts. You can go. Thank you. Once Descharnoux had left, Maigret turned back to the magistrate. There you are. Descharnoux didn't want the man to wriggle out of it one more time. He's not in good health. As you saw, I'd wager he has an ulcer, maybe even stomach cancer. He's incapable at this point of finding a new job. With Laguet arrested, he'd be out on the streets tomorrow, showing up in a soup kitchen one of these days. And rightly or wrongly, Descharnoux considers Laguet responsible for him ending up like that. But how could he physically? I'll tell you what I think. It won't take us more than a few minutes to confirm it. Today, at midday, a sergeant and 2 inspectors come to arrest Laguet. But he's out, and Descharnoux tells them to come back at 4. Don't forget that for days, months, our man has had nothing to do out there in the waiting room but stick stamps on envelopes and write out addresses. He's had time to turn over and over in his mind 1,000 plans for revenge, each more complicated than the last. He admitted to me that, unusually, he didn't go for lunch today. I suspect that instead he carefully prepared everything. We'll soon be able to find the traces, because it's a great opportunity, almost unique. On the other days, Madame Laguet is in the office at 2, like an employee. But on the first Wednesday of the month,
She goes to the Ministry of Finance to collect her pension. When she drops by in order to pick up her papers, Descharneaux tells her that her husband will be waiting for her in his office at 4 o'clock sharp, and she has no reason to be suspicious. From that point, everything is easy, almost too easy. The waiting room, as happens every afternoon, fills up with creditors who'll be able to state categorically that Descharneaux didn't leave them, except for one moment. At 4:15, notice the time, they hear a ringing, supposedly the telephone, but as if by chance, Descharneaux says it was a mistake, a wrong number. We'll see later if there's a button under the table in the waiting room that can be pressed to ring a bell. What makes that plausible is that Descharneaux must have had a way of warning his boss about visitors who were too tiresome.
That's easy to check, the magistrate said. So's the rest. Anyway, at 4:15, Descharneaux goes to his boss's office. Having heard him come in half an hour earlier, Laguet's asleep, as usual. Descharneaux, who used to sell guns, has had no difficulty in acquiring a silencer, which he adapts to the revolver in the drawer. He fires at point-blank range. But, wait, he puts the silencer back in his pocket, or more likely, throws it in the toilet. He goes back to the waiting room and sits down again. That's when we arrive. He tells us that Laguet will be back soon. We wait like the others, Descharneaux, who's listening out. Here's Madame Laguet come in at 4 o'clock sharp, and when she's still on the back stairs, he presses the button for the internal phone. I don't understand.
You don't understand that there has to be a shot to make it seem as if it's only then that Laguet is killed or kills himself just now. The local chief inspector tried to get the internal telephone to work and couldn't. I bet you the wire was linked to a squib of some kind placed on the windowsill. Because, I forgot to tell you, that skylight was open when we arrived. So, it happens in our presence, under our very noses. We rush to the scene, unwittingly scaring Madame Laguet, who hides behind a curtain. Maigret smiled. I was struck by something unusual when I entered the office. I realize now what it was. I've been a pipe smoker for a long time. I can distinguish between hot smoke and smoke that's grown cold. Well, in Laguet's office, it smelled of powder, of course, but also of cold smoke. As for the pathologist, to whom we'll talk again, he was wrong about the state of rigor mortis of the body, due to the fact that the body was up against the radiator, which, on the windowsill, they found the remains of the squib and a length of wire connected to the internal telephone.
"It isn't true," Descharnoux cried on the first day. But the next day, he was found hanging in his cell from strips of linen torn from his shirt. Chapter 4. Monsieur Monde. Maigret stood motionless for a moment beside the black gate separating him from the garden. A gate on which an enamel plate bore the number 47B. It was 5 in the evening, and the darkness was complete. Behind him flowed a bleak arm of the Seine, on which lay the deserted Ile de Puteaux, with its patches of waste ground, its thickets, and its tall poplars. But there beyond the gate, on the other hand, stood a small, modern Neuilly townhouse. This was the Bois de Boulogne area, with its elegance, its comfort, and, at present, its carpet of autumn leaves. 47B stood at the corner of Boulevard de la Seine and Rue Maxime Baez. The lights were on in some of the first-floor windows, and Maigret, his back stooped beneath the rain, made up his mind to ring the bell. It is always embarrassing to disturb the life of a quiet house, especially on a winter evening, when it is huddled against the cold, filled with intimate warmth. All the more so when the intruder has come from Quai des Orfèvres, his pockets stuffed with ghastly documents. On the ground floor, a light came on. A door opened and a servant peered out, trying to make out the visitor, then crossed the garden in the rain. "How can I help you?" he asked through the gate. "I'd like to speak to Dr. Barrian." The entrance hall was elegant, and Maigret automatically stuffed his pipe into his pocket. "Who shall I say wants him? You must be Martin Vignolet, the chauffeur," Maigret said, much to the other man's surprise. At the same time, he slipped his business card into an envelope and closed it. Vignolet was a man between 45 and 50, with prominent bone structure and thick hair, whose peasant origins were obvious. He went up to the first floor and returned a few moments later. Maigret followed him, passing a pram as he did so. "Please come in," Dr. Armand Barrian said, opening the door to his office. There were bags under his eyes, and he had the pale complexion of a man who hasn't slept for several days. Maigret hadn't even begun to speak when he became aware of the voices of children playing, coming from the ground floor. Even before entering, Maigret knew the layout of the house. Dr. Barrian a specialist in TB and a former intern at Laennec, had only been in Neuilly for 3 years, and while building up his practice, had continued his laboratory work. He was married with 3 children, a boy of 7, a girl of 5, and a baby of a few months, whose pram Maigret had noticed. The domestic staff consisted of Martin Vignolet, who was both chauffeur and butler, his wife Eugénie, who was the cook, and finally, until just 3 weeks earlier, a young Breton girl of 18, Olga Boulanger. I assume, Doctor, that you're aware of the reason for my visit.
Following the post-mortem, the Boulangers, on the advice of their lawyer, confirmed that they wished to bring a civil action, and I've been given the task of... His whole attitude seemed apologetic. Indeed, he felt a sense of embarrassment in tackling this case. 3 weeks earlier, Olga Boulanger had died in a somewhat mysterious fashion. But the doctor who had examined the body had nevertheless issued a burial certificate. Her parents had arrived from Brittany for the funeral. Real Breton peasants. Horde. Suspicious people. Somehow, they had found out that their daughter had been 4 months pregnant. How had they made the acquaintance of Maigret, one of the most venomous of lawyers? However that had happened, a week later they had requested, on his advice, that the body be exhumed and a post-mortem be conducted. I have the report with me. Maigret sighed, making a gesture towards his pocket. There's no need. I'm fully up to date. In fact, I was able to assist the pathologists.
He was calm, despite his fatigue and, perhaps, his nerves. Dressed in his white suit, his face positioned under the lamp, he looked Maigret unflinchingly in the eyes. Needless to say, Inspector, I've been waiting for you. In a metal frame on his desk was a photograph of his wife, barely 30 years old, pretty and delicate in a distinguished kind of way. Since you have Dr. Paul's report in your pocket, you're aware that we found the poor girl's intestine riddled with tiny perforations that led to rapid blood poisoning. You also know that, after meticulous research, we managed to determine the cause of these perforations, which my illustrious colleague and I both found disturbing. So disturbing that we felt the need to call on the services of a colonial doctor, to whom we owe the key to the mystery. Maigret nodded. Berrien, seeming to guess what he wanted, broke off to say, "Feel free to smoke." "I don't. As I mainly treat children, a cigar." "No. Let me go on. The method used to kill my maid, and I have no doubt that she was killed, is current, apparently, in Malaysia and the New Hebrides. It consists
of getting the victim to absorb a certain quantity of those thin, needle-sharp spikes that adorn the ears of plants. Rye, for example. These spikes remain in the intestine, gradually piercing the walls, which inevitably leads to— Wait a minute, Maigret sighed. The post-mortem also confirmed that Olga Boulanger was 4.5 months pregnant. Do you know of any friendships that— No, she seldom, if ever, went out. She was quite an awkward young girl, with a freckled face. And he hastened to return to his subject. I admit to you, Inspector, that since that post-mortem, which took place 10 days ago, I've devoted myself entirely to this case. I don't resent the Boulangers. They're simple people, and their complaint is obviously directed at me. My situation wouldn't be any less tragic if I were unable to discover the truth. Luckily, I have already partly succeeded. Maigret found it hard to conceal his surprise. He had come here to begin an investigation, and now he found himself, so to speak, in the presence of a ready-made investigation, facing a calm, clear man who was delivering a veritable report. What day is it today? Thursday? Well, since Monday, Inspector, I've had material evidence that it wasn't poor Olga that someone was trying to kill. How did I get that evidence in the simplest way possible? All I had to do was find out in what food our maid could have swallowed the pieces of rye, as she would never have dreamed of killing herself, especially not killing herself in this manner, at once refined and extremely painful. It was obvious some other party was involved. You don't think your chauffeur, Martin, could have had relations with her? Actually, I'm sure of it. Dr. Berrien said. I questioned him about it, and he finally confessed.
Has he ever lived in the colonies? Only in Algeria. But I can assure you, as of now, that you're barking up the wrong tree, patiently, with the help, partly of my wife, partly of the cook. I drew up a list of all the food that has passed through the house recently, and even analyzed some of it. On Monday, when I was in this office, almost despairing of ever getting to the bottom of it all, my attention was drawn to the sound of footsteps on the gravel, and I spotted an old man walking casually in the direction of the kitchen. He's the man we call Monsieur Monde, and I'd forgotten all about him. Monsieur Monde, Maigret echoed, with an amused smile. That's what the children call him, because he comes every Monday, an old-style beggar. I was going to say a pre-war beggar, clean and dignified, who does a different round every day. Our day is Monday. Traditions have gradually been created, including keeping a complete meal aside for him. Always the same meal, in fact, because Monday is our day for chicken with rice, which he eats quietly in the kitchen. He amuses the children, who go and chat with him. I'd already noticed, some time ago, that he gave each of them one of those cream cakes known as religieuses, and I stepped in. Maigret, who had been sitting for too long, stood up, and the doctor continued, "As you know, some shopkeepers are in the habit of giving merchandise to the poor rather than money. I suspected that these cream cakes came from a local pastry shop and that they were most likely left over from the day before. In order not to upset the man, I didn't say anything to him, but I forbade my son and daughter from eating these cakes, which the maid ate in their place. It seems likely. And you think these cakes? This week, Monsieur Monde came as usual, with his 2 cakes wrapped in cream-colored paper. After he left, I examined the cakes, I'll show them to you later, and found in them enough spikes of rye to cause the problems that led to Olga's death. Do you understand now? That poor girl wasn't the target. It was my children. Their voices could still be heard from downstairs. It was calm and warm here, with the occasional swish of a car on the road that ran beside the river. I haven't yet mentioned this to anyone. I was waiting for you. You suspect this beggar of Monsieur Monde? No, not at all. Besides, I haven't said everything. What I'm about to say will be enough to get the poor man off the hook. Yesterday, I went to the hospital, then visited a few colleagues. I wanted to know if there'd been any recent cases similar to that of Olga Boulanger. His voice was hoarse, and he passed his hand over his forehead. Well, I came away with the near certainty that at least 2 people have died in the same way. One nearly 2 months ago, the other only 3 weeks ago. Had they eaten cakes? I wasn't able to find out. Not surprisingly, the doctors had mistaken the cause of death and hadn't judged it necessary to start an investigation. Well, there you are, Inspector. That's all I know. But I've learned enough, as you see, to be horrified. Somewhere in Neuilly, there's a madman or madwoman who somehow manages to get this deadly stuff into cakes. You said before that it was your children who were targeted. Yes, I'm convinced of that. I understand your question. How does the murderer arrange things so that it's Monsieur Monday's cakes that, especially as there have been other cases, I know I can't figure that out. He appeared sincere, and yet Maigret couldn't help giving him a sidelong glance. Do you mind if I ask you a personal question? Not at all. Forgive me if it offends you. The Boulangers accuse you of having had relations with their daughter. The doctor bowed his head and said gruffly, I knew we'd come to that. I don't want to lie to you, Inspector. It's true. Stupidly true. Because it happened stupidly. One Sunday when I was alone here with the girl, I'd give anything in the world for my wife never to find out. It would be too great a shock for her. In addition, I can swear to you, on my faith as a doctor, that at that moment Olga was already involved with my chauffeur. So the child wasn't mine. I can assure you, the dates don't even correspond. Plus, Olga was a good girl who would never have dreamed of blackmailing me. You see that Maigret didn't want to give him time to pull himself together. And you don't know anyone who... Hold on a minute. You spoke earlier of a madman or madwoman. That's right. Only it's impossible. Physically impossible. Monsieur Monde never goes to her before coming here. When he goes there, later, he's left out in the street, and coins are thrown to him through the window. Who are you talking about, Miss Wilbur? You're going to see that there's an inherent justice. I love my wife, and yet I have two secrets from her. The first you already know. The second is even more ridiculous. If it were daytime now, and you looked out of this window, you'd see a house inhabited by an English woman of 38, Laurentia Wilbur, and her mother, who's bedridden. They're the daughter and widow of the late Colonel Wilbur, who served in the colonies one evening more than a year ago. When the two women came back from a long stay in the South, I was called to the bedside of the younger woman, who was complaining of vague pains. I was quite surprised. First of all, because I don't do general medicine, and secondly, because I couldn't discover anything wrong with my patient. I was even more surprised to learn, in the course of our conversation, that she knew all my movements, even my slightest habits. And it wasn't until I got back to this office and looked at her window that I understood. To cut a long story short, Inspector, as absurd as it may seem, Miss Wilbur is in love with me, the way one can be at her age, when one lives alone with an
old woman in a big gloomy house, hysterically in love. On 2 other occasions, I let myself be caught out. I went to her house, and as I was examining her, she suddenly seized my head and pressed her lips to mine. The next day, I received a letter that began, "My darling." The most disturbing thing is that Miss Wilbur seems convinced that we're lovers. I can assure you of the contrary. Since then, I've avoided her.
I even went so far as to throw her out of this office when she came to call on me again. And the only reason I haven't told my wife is partly out of professional discretion and partly to avoid any unfounded jealousy. That's all I know. I've told you everything, as I was determined to do. I accuse no one. I understand nothing. But I'd give 10 years of my life to stop my wife from... By now, Maigret had realized that the young doctor's initial calm had been deliberate, prepared, obtained by great force of will. Now, he looked as if he were about to break down in tears. Conduct your own investigation. I wouldn't want to influence you. As Maigret was crossing the entrance hall, a door opened, and 2 children, a little boy and a younger girl, ran past him, laughing. Martin closed the gate behind him. That week, Maigret became so familiar with the neighborhood as to grow sick of it.
With heavy obstinacy, he spent hours on end walking up and down beside the river, despite the weather, which remained rainy, and despite the astonishment of a number of domestics who had noticed him and who wondered if this dubious pedestrian might be preparing some criminal act. From the outside, Dr. Berrien's house gave the impression of an oasis of peace, work, and cleanliness. Several times, Maigret saw Madame Berrien pushing the baby's pram beside the river. One morning, when the weather had cleared, he watched the 2 older children playing in the garden, where a swing had been installed. As for the Wilbur woman, he saw her only once. She was tall, totally lacking in grace, afflicted with big feet and a masculine gait. Maigret followed her on the off chance, but all she did was go to a local English lending library and exchange some books. Gradually, Maigret widened the circle of his wanderings, going as far as Avenue de Neuilly, where he spotted 2 pastry shops. The first was narrow and dark, its front painted an ugly yellow, and would have harmonized quite well with this sinister story of poisoned cakes. But he looked in vain at the window display and had to go inside to have it confirmed they didn't make religieuses. The other was the Pâtisserie Bigorot, the neighborhood's elegant pastry shop.
with 2 or 3 marble tables where you could have tea. Everything here was bright, sugary, and scented. A rosy-cheeked young woman came and went gaily, while the till was presided over by a very distinguished lady in a black silk dress. Was he to believe? Maigret held off from doing anything. As time passed, and his conversation with the doctor grew more distant, the latter's accusations, when examined under a magnifying glass, so to speak, came to seem ever flimsier. There were even times when Maigret had the impression that this was some absurd nightmare, a story wholly invented by a megalomaniac or a guilty man. And yet the pathologist's report confirmed what Barrian had said. Poor freckled Olga really had died after absorbing spikes of rye and the following Monday's cakes. The 2 religieuses brought by that ghostly Monsieur Monday had also contained a considerable number of these spikes, inserted between the 2 layers of pastry. But couldn't they have been put there afterwards? To make matters worse, while Olga's father, who kept an inn in his village in Finistère, had returned home, his wife, in full mourning, was clinging to Paris and spent hours in the waiting room at Quai des Orfèvres, watching out for Maigret, hoping for news. Another one who thought the police all powerful. She was on the verge of getting angry. You only had to see her harsh features and pursed lips as she said, "When are you going to arrest him?" The doctor. Obviously, mightn't she end up accusing Maigret of being his criminal accomplice? He decided, though, to wait for Monday, and in doing so, almost felt a sense of remorse, especially as each morning he saw a vast tray of religieusses glossed with coffee cream in the window of the Patisserie Bigorot. Could he swear that they didn't still contain poison? That the young woman who carefully took away 3 of them, or the boy devouring one on his way home from school, wouldn't suffer the same fate as Olga by 1 o'clock on Monday? He was already waiting not far from the pastry shop. It wasn't until 2 that he spotted an old man whom he recognized without ever having seen him. Children have a genius all their own. This was indeed Monsieur Monde, advancing with small steps, calm and philosophical, smiling at life, savoring the minutes, almost collecting their crumbs,
With a familiar gesture, he opened the door of the pastry shop, and Maigret watched from outside as Madame and Mademoiselle Bigoreau good-humoredly exchanged pleasantries with the old man. They were pleased to see him. That much was obvious. His poverty wasn't the kind that made people sad. He was telling them something that made them laugh. The plump young girl finally remembered the Monday ritual, leaned into the window, chose 2 religieuses, and expertly wrapped them in cream-colored paper, unhurriedly. Monsieur Monde went into the cobbler's next door, where all he got was some small change, then into the tobacconist's on the corner, where he was given a little snuff. It was obvious that his days followed a set pattern. The people who saw him on Monday, those who saw him on Tuesday in another neighborhood, or on Wednesday somewhere else again, could have set their watches by his passing. Before long, he reached Boulevard de la Seine. There was more of a spring in his step as he approached the doctor's house. This was the right house, the one where a real meal awaited him. The same meal the masters had had a little earlier. A meal he would eat sitting at a table in a warm, tidy kitchen. He entered through the tradesman's entrance, like someone familiar with the place. Maigret rang at the front door. "I'd like to see the doctor right away," he said to Martin. He was directed upstairs. "Could you ask for the 2 cream cakes to be brought up immediately? The old man is downstairs." Old Monday was eating, not suspecting that in the consulting room 2 men were bending over the gift he had brought the children. Nothing, Parisian concluded after careful study, which meant there were weeks when the cakes were poisoned and others when they were harmless. "Thank you for your time. Where are you going?" Too late. Maigret was already on the stairs. "Come this way, monsieur." Poor Madame Bigoreau was aghast at the thought that one of her customers might find out that she was admitting a police officer. She showed him into a comfortable little room behind the shop, its windows adorned with stained glass. Tarts were cooling down on every item of furniture, even on the arms of the armchairs. "I'd like to ask you why you always give 2 religieuses and not any other cakes to the old man who comes every Monday. It's quite simple, monsieur. At first, we gave him all kinds of things, mostly cakes that had got a little stale.
or were left over from the day before. 2 or 3 times. These cakes happen to be religieuses, which are quite delicate. Then, on another occasion, as far as I remember, we gave him something else, and he said he'd like to buy 2 religieuses anyway. They bring me luck, he said. So, as he's a nice old man, we got into the habit. Another question. Do you have a customer named Miss Wilbur? Yes. Why do you ask me that? No reason. A pleasant woman, isn't she? Do you think so? The tone of that "do you think so" encouraged Maigret to say, I mean, she's a little eccentric. You can say that again? An eccentric who never knows what she wants. If we had lots of customers like her, we'd need to double the staff. Does she come in often? She never comes in. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen her. She phones her orders, talking half in French, half in English, which means there are always mistakes. Please sit down. Monsieur, I do apologize for keeping you standing. I've finished. I must apologize to you, Madame, for disturbing you. 3 short sentences, which were enough to explain everything, buzzed in Maigret's head. Madame Bigoreau had said, speaking of Miss Wilbur, an eccentric who never knows what she wants, then, if we had lots of customers like her, we'd need to double the staff. And a moment later, Madame Bigoreau had confessed that she had never seen the woman, but that the woman phoned her orders, speaking half in French, half in English. Maigret had preferred not to insist. There would be time for that when they got to the official interrogations, somewhere other than in that cloying pastry shop. Not to mention that Madame Bigoreau might well recover her pride as a shopkeeper and clam up, rather than admit that she accepted returns. Because that was it. What she had said couldn't mean anything else. The Englishwoman placed her orders by telephone, half in French, half in her own language. Then she sent back what had been delivered, claiming that there had been a mistake. She sent back the religieuses into which she'd had time, while the delivery man waited in the pantry to slip spikes of rye, his hands deep in his pockets. Maigret walked to Dr. Berrien's house. As he reached the gate, he almost bumped into Monsieur Monde, who was just on his way out. So, did you bring your 2 religieuses? He asked gaily. The old man looked at him in astonishment. I'm a friend of Dr. Berrien's. I gather you bring the children cakes every Monday, but I wonder why they're always religieuses. Don't you know? It's really quite simple. One time, when I'd been given some, I had them with me, and the children saw them. They told me they were their favorite cakes. So, given that they're good people, the kind you don't find so much these days, who give me the same food they have, with dessert, coffee and everything. You understand. When, the next day, Maigret arrived with a warrant in his pocket to arrest Miss Laurentia Wilbur. She first got on her high horse and threatened to involve her ambassador, then became remarkably composed and defended herself every inch of the way. Her composure is one more proof of her madness, said the psychiatrist who had been given the task of examining her. Just like her lies. In fact, because she claimed that she had long been the doctor's mistress, and even that she was pregnant by him, medical examination proved that she was a virgin. A meticulous search of her house revealed, in addition, a large number of ears of rye hidden in a writing desk. Finally, they learned through her mother that Colonel Wilbur had died in the New Hebrides from multiple intestinal perforations caused by the machinations of the natives. Maigret saw Martin again for the definitive interrogation. "What would you have done with the child?" he asked. "Olga and I would have run away together and opened a bistro in the country. What about your wife?" He merely shrugged. Miss Laurentia Wilbur. So in love with Dr. Berrien that she wanted to kill his children out of frustration, that she watched his every movement, that she went so far as to poison cakes from a pastry shop in her fierce desire to attain her goal. Miss Laurentia Wilbur, who had had the almost brilliant idea of using the innocent Monsieur Monde without his knowing it, was interned for life in a mental hospital, and there, for the past 2 years, she has been telling her companions that she is about to bring a son into the world. Chapter 5. Jumont. 51-minute halt. Through a heavy sleep, Maigret vaguely heard ringing, but he didn't realize it was a telephone, or that his wife was leaning over him to answer it. "It's Popol," she said, shaking her husband. "He wants to talk to you." "Is that you, Popol?" Maigret grunted, half awake. "Is that you, Uncle?" came a voice at the other end. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. The bed was warm, the window panes covered with flowers of ice because it was freezing cold outside. It was even colder up there in Jumont, where Popol was phoning from. "What's that you say? Hold on a minute. Let me get the names down. Otto. Yes, it's better if you spell it." Madame Maigret was watching her husband, wondering only one thing, if he was going to have to get up or not. And of course he did, grumpily, saying, "Something unfortunate has happened up there in Jumont." and Popal has taken it on himself to hold back a whole carriage. Popal was Paul Vinchon, Maigret's nephew, an inspector on the Belgian border. Where are you going? To headquarters first, to get some information. Then I may jump on the first train. It's always on the 106 that things happen. A train that leaves Berlin at 1100 in the morning with 1 or 2 carriages from Warsaw passes through Liège at 11:44 p.m. at a time when the station is empty. They wait for it to depart before closing, and finally arrives at Erkelines at 1:57 a.m. That night, the steps leading up to the carriages were white with frost and slippery. At Erkeline, the Belgian customs officials, who have almost nothing to do once the train has left, passed along the corridors, opened a few compartments at random, then quickly got down again and gathered around the stove. By 2:14, the train had already set off across the border. It reached Juimont at 2:17. Juimont, 51-minute halt, cried an employee running along the platform with his lantern. In most of the compartments, the passengers were still asleep. The night lights were on, the curtains drawn across the windows. Second and third class travelers outside for customs. Came the cry, the length of the train. Seeing the number of drawn curtains and the lights coming on, Inspector Paul Vinchon frowned and approached the chief ticket inspector. How come you have so many first-class passengers today? That's because of an international dentists conference that starts tomorrow in Paris. We have at least 25 of them, on top of the usual passengers. Vinchon got in the front carriage and opened the doors one after the other, muttering in a mechanical voice, "Have your passports ready, please." If the people were not awake and the night light was still on, he would switch on the main light and see faces swollen with restless sleep emerge from the shadows. "Have your passports ready, please," he. 5 minutes later, he walked back, past the customs officers who were visiting the first-class compartments, making everyone go out into the corridor, probing the seats, searching every nook and cranny, passports, identity cards. He was in a German carriage with red velvet seats. Usually, these compartments only contained 4 passengers, but because of the dentists who had overrun the 106, there were 6. Popal cast an admiring glance at the pretty woman who was sitting in the corner on the left, nearest the corridor and who had an Austrian passport. He barely glanced at the others until he got to the other end of the compartment, where a man covered in a thick blanket hadn't moved. "Passport," he repeated, touching the man's shoulder. The other passengers were starting to open the suitcases for the customs people, who were just arriving. Vinchon shook the sleeper again and saw him slump over onto his side. A moment later, he realized the man was dead. A chaotic scene ensued. The compartment was too narrow for everybody, and when a stretcher was brought, it was difficult to put the body on it because of the man's weight. "Take him to the infirmary," Vinchen ordered. Soon afterwards, he discovered a German doctor on the train. At the same time, he asked a customs officer to keep guard over the compartment, just to be on the safe side. The young Austrian woman was the only one who tried to get off the train in order to get some air, but she was stopped from doing so. She shrugged contemptuously. "Can you tell me what he died of?" The doctor seemed intrigued. With Vinchen's help, he at last managed to get the dead man's clothes off. Even then, they didn't immediately see a trace of any wound, and it was only after a while that the doctor pointed to a barely visible mark beneath the passenger's fat breast. "Someone stuck a needle in his heart," he declared. The train still had 12 or 13 minutes to remain in the station. The chief inspector from the railway police was absent. Vinchon, in a feverish state by now, had to make a snap decision. He ran to the station master and asked that the carriage be detached from the train. People didn't know quite what was happening. Those in the nearby compartments protested when it was announced to them that the carriage was staying in Jument and that they would have to find seats in other carriages. Those who had traveled with the dead man were even more vociferous in their protests when Vinchen told them that he would have to keep them there until the following day. Not that there was anything else to do, given that there was a murderer among them. But once the train had departed minus one carriage and 6 passengers, Vinchon felt his legs start to give way, and he called his uncle on the telephone. By 3:45 in the morning, Maigret was at Quai des Orfèvres. Only a few lights were on, and he asked an inspector on duty to make him some coffee. By 4 o'clock, his office filling with pipe smoke, he had Berlin on the phone, and he dictated to his German counterpart the names and addresses that his nephew had given him. After that, he asked for Vienna, since one of the occupants of the compartment came from that city, then drafted a telegram for Warsaw, because there was also a Madame Irvich from Vilna. Meanwhile, in the office of the chief inspector of the railway police at Jument, Paul Vinchon was pitting himself against his 5 victims, each of whom reacted differently according to his or her temperament. At least there was a good fire, one of those big railway station stoves that swallow bucketfuls of coal. Vinchon had had armchairs brought in from the neighboring offices, and they were also solid pieces of furniture in black wood with turned feet and dull velvet upholstery. I promise you I'll be as quick as I can, but the situation is such that I'm obliged to keep you all in custody. He didn't have a minute to lose if he wanted to draw up a passable report by morning. The passports were on his desk. The body of Otto Braun, that was the victim's name. As indicated in the passport found in his pocket, had remained in the infirmary. If you like, I can have hot drinks brought in for you, but you'll have to make up your minds quickly because the buffet's about to close. As early as 4:10, Vinchon was disturbed by a phone call. "Hello, Aulnoy? What's that? Of course. There's probably a report. Yes. Well, send him to me on the first train. The documents, too. Obviously." He preferred to move to a nearby office to telephone Maigret without being heard. "Is that you? Uncle, there's something new. A few minutes ago, as the train was stopping at the station in Aulnoy, a man was caught coming out from underneath a carriage. There was quite a lively chase, but they caught him in the end. He had with him a package wrapped in oilcloth containing international stock certificates, especially oil stocks, worth a considerable amount. The man says his name is Jeff Babelmans. He was born in Antwerp, an acrobat by profession. Yes, they're bringing him by the first train. Will you also be here on the first train? No. At 10:20. Thanks, Uncle. And he went back to his customers, as he called them, when day broke. Everyone had the impression that it was even colder than the previous day. So icy was the light. Passengers were arriving to take a suburban train, and Vinchon, deaf to the protests of his customers, who were by now dropping from tiredness, was still hard at work. There was no wasted time. There mustn't be any, because this was the kind of case that had diplomatic implications. You couldn't keep 5 passengers of different nationalities whose papers were in order for much longer, simply because a man had been killed in their compartment. Maigret arrived at 10:20,
as he had announced, at 11 o'clock. On the siding where the carriage had been shunted, a reconstruction took place. It was all rather ghostly, thanks to the grayness, the cold, the general fatigue. Twice they were to hear a nervous laugh that proved that one of the female passengers had drunk too much toddy in order to get warm. Before anything else, put the dead man in his seat, Maigret said. I assume the curtains were down on the outside window. Nothing's been touched. His nephew asserted. Of course, it would have been better to wait for night, even for the exact hour when the event had occurred. But since that was impossible, according to his passport, Otto Braun was a man of 58, born in Bremen, a former banker in Stuttgart.
Given the quality of his clothes, that was indeed the impression he gave. A large, comfortable man with a shaven head and quite marked Jewish features. The information that had arrived from Berlin said about him had to cease his financial activities after the National Socialist Revolution, but has given guarantees of loyalty to the government and has never been bothered. Said to be very rich. Donated 1,000,000 marks to the party's coffers. In one of the dead man's pockets, Maigret found a bill from a hotel, the Kaiserhof in Berlin, where Otto Braun had stayed for 3 days after arriving from Stuttgart. At that moment, the 5 passengers were standing in the corridor following Maigret's comings and goings, some grimly, others angrily. Pointing to the rack above Braun, Maigret asked, "Is this luggage his?" "No, it's mine," came the sharp voice of Lena Leinbach, the Austrian woman. "Would you mind sitting in the seat you occupied last night?" She did so, however reluctantly, her jerky movements betraying the fact that she was a little drunk. She was wearing a sumptuous mink coat, extremely elegant clothes, and rings on all her fingers. Vienna had telegraphed about her high-class escort, much in demand. Has had numerous adventures in the capitals of Central Europe, but has never had dealings with the police. Was for a long time the mistress of a German prince. "Who among you got in the compartment in Berlin?" Maigret asked, turning to the others. "Would you allow me?" someone said in excellent French. He was, in fact, a Frenchman, Adolphe Bonvoisin, from Lille. "I can easily tell you that, because I'd been in this carriage since Warsaw. There were 2 of us. I've come from Lwów, because I'm a representative for a mill owner, and my firm has a branch in Poland. In Warsaw, Madam here got on at the same time as me." He pointed to a woman of a certain age, Jewish like Otto Braun, fat and brown, with swollen legs, dressed in an astrakhan coat. Madame Irvich, from Vilna. As she didn't speak French, the conversation was conducted in German. Madame Irvich, the wife of an important fur merchant, was on her way to Paris to consult a specialist and protested at the delay. Please sit down in the place you occupied. There were two others left, two men. What's your name? Maigret asked the first of them, who was tall, thin, and very elegant and looked like an officer. Thomas Hauke, from Hamburg. About him, Berlin had been more verbose. Sentenced in 1924 to 2 years in prison for trafficking in stolen jewelry. Kept under close surveillance since then. Frequents places of entertainment in the various European capitals. Suspected of involvement in the clandestine trade in cocaine and morphine. The last of them was a bespectacled man of 35 with a shaven head and rigid features. Dr. Gellhorn, from Cologne, he announced. There followed a ridiculous misunderstanding. Maigret asked him why, when his companion had been discovered lifeless. He hadn't attended to him. Because I'm not a medical doctor. I'm a doctor of archaeology. Now, as on the previous night, the compartment was occupied like this Otto Braun, Adolphe Bonvoisin, Madame Irvich, Thomas Hauke, Dr. Gellhorn, Lena Leinbach. Of course, apart from Otto Braun, incapable now of testifying. Everyone denied being the murderer. They all also asserted that they knew nothing. Meanwhile, Maigret had spent a quarter of an hour with Jeff Babelmans, the acrobat from Antwerp who had emerged from under a carriage in Aulnoy, carrying 2 or 3 millions worth of stock certificates. At first, when Babelmans had been confronted with the body, he hadn't flinched and had merely asked, "Who is he?" Next, he had been found to be carrying a third-class ticket from Berlin to Paris, which hadn't stopped him from traveling for a while, hanging on to the underside of a carriage, doubtless to avoid his stocks being discovered at the border. But Babelmans wasn't talkative. He was a joker who merely declared, "It's your job to ask questions, but the fact is, I have nothing to say." There wasn't much information about him. A former acrobat, he had later been a nightclub waiter, first in Brussels, then in Berlin. So, Bonvoisin, Maigret began, smoking in short puffs, despite the presence of the two women. You and Madame Irvich were already on the train in Warsaw. Who got on in Berlin? Madame there first of all, Bonvoisin said, pointing to Lena Lienbach. Where's your luggage, Madame? She indicated the rack above the dead man, where there were 3 luxurious crocodile skin suitcases wrapped in beige slip covers. So you put your luggage there and sat down in the other corner, the corner diagonally opposite. The dead man, I mean, this gentleman, got on next, Bonvoisin said, all too anxious to speak, without any luggage. All he had with him was a tartan rug. Maigret and his nephew conferred, and again looked through the dead man's wallet, finding a ticket relating to a large amount of luggage. Since this luggage would have arrived in Paris by now, Maigret had a telephone call put through to make sure that it was opened urgently. Good. Now, he indicated Hauke. What about this gentleman? He got on in Cologne. Is that correct, Monsieur Hauke? Actually, I changed compartments in Cologne. I was in a non-smoking compartment before. Dr. Gellhorn had also got in the compartment in Cologne, where he lived, while Maigret, his hands in his pockets, asked questions, muttering to himself, observing these people one after the other. Paul Vinchon, like a good secretary, was taking notes. They read in part Bonvoisin. Up until the German border, nobody seemed to know each other, except Madame Irvich and me. Once we'd got through customs, everyone settled down to sleep as best they could, and we dimmed the light. In Liège, I saw Madame opposite me. Lena Lienbach tried to get into the corridor immediately. The gentleman in the other corner. Otto Braun stood up and asked her in German where she was going. I want to get a bit of air, she said, and I'm sure he replied, stay. Oh, further on, Bonvoisin said, at Namur. She tried to get off again, but Otto Braun, who seemed to be asleep, made a movement, and she stayed at Charleroi. There was again a conversation between them, but I was falling asleep and I only have a vague memory of it. So, at Charleroi, Otto Braun was still alive. Was he alive at Erquelin's? There was no way of knowing. The customs officer had merely half opened the door and, seeing everyone asleep, hadn't insisted, which had to mean that somewhere between Charleroi and Jumonde, in other words, in the space of about an hour and a half, one of the passengers had stood up, gone to Otto Braun, and plunged a needle into his heart. Of them, only Bonvoisin wouldn't have needed to stand up. He would just have had to make a move to his right in order to reach Braun. After him,
Hauck was the best placed in relation to the victim. Then came Dr. Gellhorn, and finally the two women. Despite the temperature, Maigret had beads of sweat on his forehead. Lena Leinbach was giving him angry looks, and Madame Irvich complained about her rheumatism and consoled herself by speaking Polish to Bonvoisin. Thomas Hauck was the most dignified, the most distant, while Gellhorn claimed that he was missing an important rendezvous at the Louvre Museum. Also to be found in Vinchon's notes, Maigret to Lena. Where did you live in Berlin? Lena. I had only been there for a week. I had been staying at the Kaiserhof as usual. Did you know Otto Braun L? No. I may have met him in the lobby or in the lift. Why, after the German border, did he start talking to you as if he knew you? Ironically, perhaps because we were abroad, and he felt emboldened. In Germany, a Jew isn't allowed to flirt with an Aryan. And is that why he stopped you from getting off in Liège and Namur? All he said was that I would catch cold. The interrogation hadn't finished when there was a phone call from Paris. Otto Braun's trunks, of which there were 8, contained a large quantity of clothes, underwear, and personal objects, so much that it might be supposed the former banker had planned to be away for a long time, if not for good. But no money, and in the wallet, only 400 marks. As for the other passengers, they had on them Lena Leinbach, 500 French francs, 50 marks, 300 crowns, Dr. Gellhorn, 800 marks, Thomas Hauke, 40 marks and 20 French francs, Madame Irvich, 30 marks, 100 French francs, and a letter of credit on a Polish bank in Paris. Bonvoisin, 12 zlotys, 10 marks, 5,000 French francs. They still had to search the hand luggage of those in the compartment. Hauke's traveling bag only contained a spare suit, a smoking jacket, and some underwear, with Bonvoisin. There were 2 packs of rigged cards. But the real discovery was that Lena Leinbach's suitcases, beneath the toilet bottles in crystal and gold, beneath the fine underwear and the dresses, had cleverly concealed false bottoms. Only these hiding places were empty. When questioned about them, Lena Leinbach merely replied, "I bought the suitcases from a woman who used to smuggle. It was an excellent deal." but I've never used them. Who had killed Otto Braun in the bluish half-light of the compartment? Between Charleroi and Jumont, Paris was starting to get worried. Maigret was called to the phone. The case was going to cause a stir and might get complicated. The numbers of the stock certificates found on Jeff Biebelman's had been transmitted to the main banks, and they were legally valid. It was 11 o'clock when they had begun this painful reconstruction in the carriage.
They didn't finish until 2 o'clock, and then only because Madame Irvich had fainted after stating in Polish that she could no longer bear the smell of the corpse. Paul Vinchon was pale, because it seemed to him that his uncle wasn't as composed as usual, or, more exactly, that he was floundering. "Are you all right, Uncle?" he asked him in a low voice as they were crossing the tracks. "I'd really like to find that needle," was all Maigret said, with a sigh. "Keep them all for another hour. Madame Irvich is sick. What do you want me to do about it? Dr. Gellhorn says he can say what he likes." Maigret cut in curtly. And he went to have lunch, all alone. In the station buffet? Be quiet, I tell you. Maigret growled an hour later at his nephew, who didn't know where to turn. "The only thing you're good for is bringing me trouble. I'm going to tell you what I have. But then, let me make this quite clear. You'll have to sort it out on your own. If you don't, there's no point phoning Uncle. Uncle has had enough." Then, changing to tone, "Here it is. I looked for the only logical explanation of the facts. It's up to you to get evidence or to obtain confessions. Try to follow me. One Otto Braun, rich as he is, didn't come to France with 8 trunks and I don't know how many suits, and yet only 400 marks. 2. There's a good reason why. During the journey through Germany, he pretended not to know Lena Leinbach, but they were more familiar once they'd crossed the border into Belgium. 3. He wouldn't let her get off in Liège, Namur, or Charleroi. 4. She kept stubbornly trying to get off despite everything. A certain Jeff Biebelman's, coming from Berlin and having never seen Braun, he would at least have reacted when he saw the body, was found to be carrying shares worth 2 or 3 million. Still furious, Maigret continued, "Now here's my explanation. As a Jew, Otto Braun preferred to get his fortune, or part of it, out of Germany, knowing his luggage would be carefully searched. He joins up in Berlin with a high-class escort and gets her to have some suitcases made with false bottoms, knowing they won't be examined because they'll be full of feminine objects. Only Lena Leinbach, like any self-respecting woman of her type, has a protector. Thomas Hauke. Thomas Hauke, who's a specialist, arranges in Berlin, probably in the Kaiserhof itself, to steal the stocks hidden in the false bottoms in agreement with Lena. Lena gets on first and puts the suitcases in the place that Braun, suspicious despite everything, has pointed out to her. She herself sits down in the opposite corner because they're not supposed to know each other. In Cologne, Hauke comes and takes his place in the compartment to keep an eye on things, while an accomplice, probably a professional burglar, Jeff Biebelmans, travels in third class with the shares. Every time they cross a border, it's his job to spend some time under the carriages. Once they're out of Germany, Otto Braun obviously runs no further risks. At any moment, he might decide to open his companion's suitcases and retrieve his stocks. That's why Lena Leinbach, first in Liège, then in Namur, then in Charleroi, tries to get off the train and run away. Does he mistrust her? Does he suspect something? Is he simply in love? The fact is, he's keeping an eye on her, and she's starting to panic because once he gets to Paris, he'll obviously notice the theft. He may even notice it once they get over the border into France, where, having no reason to hide the shares, he may want to retrieve them from the false bottoms. Thomas Hauke also realizes the situation. So he's the one who kills Braun. Vincent asked. I'm convinced he didn't. If Hauke had stood up to do so, one or other of his companions would have seen him. In my opinion, Braun was killed as you were passing the first time, announcing, "Have your passports ready, please." At that moment, everyone stood up in the dark, with sleep in their eyes. Only Lena Leinbach had a reason to stand in front of Braun and push against him in order to get her luggage. I'm convinced that's when she... But what about the needle? Come on now, Maigret growled. All you'd need is the pin from a brooch. If that woman hadn't come across a person like you, who was determined to have the corpse undressed, we'd have spent hours thinking this was a natural death. It's you who gave us all this trouble.
You need a plan. Let Lena think Bebelmans has talked. Let Babelmans think Hauke has spilled the beans. All the old tricks, you know. And he went and had a beer while Vincent did as his uncle had told him. The old tricks are good since they succeed in the end. In this case, they mainly succeeded because Lena Leinbach had a huge diamond brooch on her hat, and Pope All, Madame Maigret's name for him, pointed it out to her and said, "You can't deny it. There's blood on it." It wasn't true, but she went into hysterics all the same and confessed.
Chapter 6. Death Penalty. The greatest danger in this kind of case is that you get sick of it. The stakeout, as it is called, had already lasted 12 days. With tireless patience, Inspector Janvier and Sergeant Lucas had been taking turns, but Maigret had already put in a good 100 hours himself, because, when it came down to it, he alone could have known the outcome he was aiming at. That morning, Lucas had phoned him from Boulevard des Batignolles. "Looks to me like our birds are about to fly away. The chambermaid just told me they're packing their bags." By 8 o'clock, Maigret was waiting in a taxi not far from the Hotel Beauséjour, a suitcase at his feet. It was raining. It was Sunday. At 8:15, the couple emerged from the hotel with 3 suitcases and hailed a taxi. At 8:30, the taxi stopped outside a brasserie at the Gare du Nord, facing the big clock. Maigret got out of his taxi, too, and, without making any attempt to hide, sat down on the terrace at the table next to his birds. Not only was drizzle falling, but it was cold. The couple had sat down next to a brazier, spotting Maigret. The man made an involuntary movement of his hand towards his bowler hat, and his companion pulled her fur coat tighter around her. A toddy. Waiter. The others also ordered toddies. Pedestrians brushed past them. The waiter came and went. The life of a Sunday morning around a large railway station continued as if a man's head were not at stake. For its part, the minute hand jerked forwards on the dial of the clock, and at 9 o'clock the couple stood up and walked to one of the ticket windows. 2 second-class tickets, one way to Brussels. Second class to Brussels, Maigret said, like an echo. Then the cluttered platforms, the express train, where there were spare seats and compartments only right at the end, near the engine, where the couple finally got on and where Maigret placed his suitcase in the luggage rack. People kissed each other. The young man in the bowler hat got off to buy some newspapers and came back with a package of dailies and magazines. It was the Berlin Express, and it was packed. Every language was spoken. Once the train had pulled out, the young man began reading a newspaper without taking off his gloves, while his companion, who seemed to be feeling cold, placed her hand on his in an instinctive gesture. "Is there a restaurant car?" someone asked. "After the border, I think," someone else replied. "Do we stop at customs?" "No. They come on board after St. Quentin, the suburbs, then woods as far as the eye could see, then Compiègne, where they halted briefly." The young man looked up from his newspaper every now and again and let his eyes glide over Maigret's placid face. He was tired. That much was sure. Maigret, who also glanced furtively at him from time to time, thought he looked paler, even tenser and more nervous than on previous days, and would have sworn he'd have been incapable of saying what he had been reading for the last hour. "Aren't you hungry?" the young woman asked. "No." People were smoking cigarettes and pipes. It was dark. Villages appeared, with wet, empty streets and churches where high mass might be being sung. Maigret was no longer even trying to go over the facts one by one, precisely for fear of getting sick of the whole business. Because for 2.5 weeks he had been thinking about nothing but this case. The young man opposite him was soberly dressed, more like an Englishman than a Parisian gunmetal gray suit. Gray overcoat with hidden buttons, a bowler hat, and, to complete the ensemble, an umbrella, which he had placed in the lower rack. If his name had been uttered in the compartment, everyone would have shuddered, because, among the newspapers spread out on their knees, at least half were still talking about him. An impressive name, Jehan d'Aulmont, an excellent Belgian family that had several times left its mark on history. Jehan d'Aulmont had fair hair and rather fine features, but his skin was too sensitive and easily flushed, his face prone to nervous tics. Twice, Maigret had had Jean in his office at the police judiciaire, sitting across the desk from him. Twice, for hours on end. He had tried in vain to break through the young man's defenses. "Do you admit that for the last 2 years you've been the despair of your family?" That's my family's business. After beginning your law studies, you were thrown out of the University of Louvain for notorious bad conduct. I was living with a woman, actually, with a woman who was being kept by a businessman in Antwerp. That's of no importance. Cursed by your family, you came to Paris. You were mainly seen at race courses and in nightclubs. You called yourself the Count d'Ulmont, even though you had no right to the title. Some people quite like that. He was as composed as ever, in spite of his sickly pallor. You made the acquaintance of Sonia Lipschitz, and you were fully aware of her past. I don't presume to judge a woman's past. At the age of 23, Sonia Lipschitz has already had numerous protectors. The last of them left her a certain fortune, which she squandered in less than 2 years. Which proves I'm not self-serving. If I had been, I'd have arrived too late. You're well aware that your uncle, Count Adalbert d'Ulmont, your family clearly has a taste for unusual Christian names. You're well aware, as I say, that he came to Paris for a few days every month and stayed at the Hotel du Louvre to compensate for the austere life he feels obliged to lead in Brussels. That's as may be. Your uncle, an old regular of the hotel, always booked the same suite, number 318. Every morning, he went riding in the Bois, then had lunch in a fashionable tavern, then shut himself up in his suite until 5 o'clock. He must have needed rest, the young man replied cynically. At his age, at 5 o'clock, he sent for a hairdresser and a manicurist and then, until 2 in the morning, frequented the kinds of places where one encounters pretty women. Correct again? Because, although the Count d'Ulmont had been a distinguished diplomat in his former life, it had to be admitted that with age he had gradually become a kind of elderly repertory theater Lothario. He even sported a wig. Your uncle was rich, so I was always told. He helped you out financially on several occasions, and lectured me too, so swings and roundabouts. 2 days before the tragic event, you introduced him to your mistress, Sonia Lipschitz, in a bar on the Champs-Élysées, just as you would have introduced him to your wife. Excuse me. The three of you had an aperitif, then, on the pretext of a business meeting, you left them alone. At the time, you and Sonia were what they call on your uppers. After living for a long time in the Hôtel de Berry, near the Champs-Élysées, where you left a substantial slate, you were forced to move to a very modest hotel on Boulevard des Batignolles. Do you blame me? Apparently, Sonia didn't greatly appeal to your uncle, who left her immediately after dinner to go to a small theater. Are you blaming me for that, too? 2 days later, on the Friday, at about 3:30, the Count Dulmont was murdered in his suite, where he was having his usual afternoon nap. According to the pathologists, he had been dealt a violent blow with a lead pipe or an iron bar. They searched me, the young man sneered. I know. And you even had an alibi. The next day, you showed me your betting book because you're a fanatical racegoer. On the afternoon of the murder, you were at Longchamp and you bet on 2 horses in every race. Tote tickets found in your coat established that, and you were spotted by friends once or twice in the course of the afternoon. You see, all the same, you would have had time during the meeting to jump in a taxi and go to your uncle. Did anybody see me? You're familiar enough with the Hotel du Louvre to know that nobody pays attention to the comings and goings of regulars. However, a page boy thinks he remembers. Rather vague, don't you think? A sum of 32,000 francs in French notes was stolen from your uncle. If I had it, I'd have crossed the border by now. I know that too. We didn't find anything in your hotel. Better still, 2 days later, your mistress pawned her last 2 rings at the Crédit Municipal. And now you're living on the 5,000 francs she got for them. There you are. That was the whole case. In other words, almost the perfect crime. The alibi was the kind that can't be successfully contradicted. People had seen Jahan at the races that afternoon. But at what time he had placed bets, but on certain races. His mistress could have placed them for him, and it isn't a long way from Longchamp to Rue de Rivoli. A lead pipe, an iron bar. Anyone can acquire those and get rid of them easily, and anyone with a little skill can slip into a big hotel without being noticed. What of the 2 rings pawned 2 days later? Or Dulmont's betting book? You admit yourself, the young man said, that my good uncle sometimes received women in his suite. Why don't you look into that? Logically, his argument was flawless. So flawless that when, after 2 interrogations, he had presented himself at Quai des Orfèvres to say that he wished to return to Belgium, They had been obliged to grant him authorization, having insufficient evidence to detain him. That was why, for the last 12 days, Maigret had been employing his old tactic, having his man followed step by step, minute by minute, from morning to night and night to morning, having him followed ostentatiously, so that if anyone was going to get sick of it, it would be him. That was also why, that morning, Maigret had been determined to take his place in the compartment opposite the young man, who, on seeing him, had given him a slight nod and had then been obliged, for hours on end, to pretend nonchalance, a crime of greed for which there was no excuse, a crime all the more atrocious in that it had been committed by a relative of the victim, by an educated young man without apparent defects, a cold-blooded crime too, an almost scientific crime for jurors that results in a head that rolls, and that rather pale head, slightly red at the cheeks, looked up when the customs officer came in. There were almost protests in the compartment. Maigret had given orders by telephone, and when it came to the couple, the inspection was meticulous, so meticulous that it became indiscreet. It yielded nothing. Jean Dulmont smiled his pale smile. He was smiling at Maigret. He knew he was his enemy. He also knew this was a war of attrition, a war in which his own head was at stake. One of the two men knew everything the murderer, when, how, at what minute, in what circumstances the crime had been committed. But the other man, Maigret, smoking his pipe, ignoring the grimaces of his neighbor, who was bothered by tobacco, what did he know? What had he discovered? A war to be sick of? Yes, once across the border, they had just spotted the first miners' cottages of the Borinage. Maigret no longer even had the right to intervene. So why was he here? Why was he being so stubborn? Why? In the restaurant car, where the couple went for their aperitif, did he sit down at the same table, menacing and silent? Why? In Brussels, did he book into the Palace Hotel, where Jehan Dulmont and his mistress took a suite? Had Maigret discovered a flaw in the alibi? Had Jehan Dulmont forgotten some detail that had betrayed him? Not at all. If he had, he would have been arrested in France. He would have been handed over to the French courts, where he would undoubtedly
have faced a death sentence. Maigret was in the next room from him at the palace. He left his door open, went down to the restaurant behind the couple, strolled behind them as they window shopped in Rue Neuve, went into the same brasserie, as obstinate and apparently calm as ever. Sonia was in almost as febrile a state as her companion. The next day, she didn't get up until 2 in the afternoon, and the couple had lunch in their room, from where they heard the telephone in the next room Maigret ordering his lunch. 1 day, 2 days. The 5,000 francs must be melting away. Maigret was still there, his pipe in his mouth, his hands in his pockets, somber and patient. But what did he know? Who could have said what he knew? The truth was, Maigret knew nothing. Maigret felt. Maigret was sure he was right, would have bet his life on it all. But in vain. He'd turned the problem over 100 times in his head. In vain. He'd had every taxi driver in Paris questioned, especially those who regularly covered the races. You know, we have so many passengers. Yes, possibly. Especially as Jean Dulmont had no distinguishing features, and the people who were shown his photograph immediately identified him as someone else. Intuition isn't enough, nor is belief. The law requires proof, and Maigret was still searching, not sure who would tire first. He strolled behind the couple in the botanical gardens. He went to the cinema with them. He lunched and dined in excellent brasseries, the kind he liked, and drank a lot of beer. The rain had been succeeded by a kind of melting snow. On the Tuesday, Maigret calculated that his victims could not have had much more than 300 Belgian francs left. He wondered if they might be forced to have recourse to their booty. It was an exhausting life. At night, he had to wake up at the first noise in the next room. But he was like those dogs who, let loose on a boar, would rather let themselves be disemboweled than retreat. The people around them still suspected nothing. The pale Jehan Dulmont was served like any other customer, without anyone suspecting that his head was unsteady on his shoulders. In a dance hall, someone asked Sonia to dance, then disappeared, then asked her again an hour later and played with her handbag, as if teasing. This someone, who looked like a young man from a good family, gave Dulmont a friendly wave from a distance. It wasn't much. This was their third day in Brussels, and yet, from that minute, Maigret finally felt he had a chance of succeeding. What he did next was so unlike him that Madame Maigret would have been taken aback. He walked over to the bar counter, had several drinks with the women who approached him there, seemed to enjoy himself beyond the accepted limits, and finally went up to Sonia, almost swaying, and invited her to dance. "If you insist," she said curtly, leaving her handbag on the table. She glanced at her lover, but the latter had to dance in his turn with one of the ladies of the house. At that moment, with the two couples mixed in among so many other couples, in an orange light, who could have foreseen what was going to happen once the dance was over? Maigret was no longer alone. A little man dressed in black accompanied him to the couple's table, and it was he who said, "Monsieur Jehan Dulmont, please don't make a scene. In the name of the Belgian Sûreté, I am arresting you." The handbag was still there, on the table. Maigret seemed to be thinking of something else. "Arresting me by what right? By the right of an extradition warrant that—" Dulmont reached out for the handbag, then suddenly stood up, pointed a revolver at Maigret and, well, "He won't win where he's going," he growled. "A shot." Maigret remained standing, his hands in his pockets. Jehan, the revolver in his hand, panicked. Dancers fled. The usual mayhem. "Don't you see?" Maigret said to the head of the Brussels Sûreté. "I didn't have any proof, just clues, and I knew he was as intelligent as I am. I was unable to prove that he'd killed his uncle, and no doubt he would have escaped punishment if he hadn't been a former law student, and if the death penalty had still existed in Belgium. Let me explain. In France, he killed his uncle because he needed money. He knows down there it's his head that's at stake. Taking refuge in Brussels, he knows he'll be extradited if his crime can be proved. I'll always be right behind him. In other words, I may find clues, and I may have proof. Nothing can save him. Or rather, yes, there is one thing that can save him from the guillotine, which already saved the murderer Dance. If he commits another murder, he'll be liable under Belgian law, which has abolished the death penalty. He won't be extradited, but he might be sent to prison for the rest of his life. That's the choice I wanted to face him with, by following him step by step. He didn't have a gun. What his mistress did last night when the couple were at the end of their tether made it clear to me that, with the help of an old friend, they'd managed to get hold of one, which was in the handbag during the dance. An officer replaced the loaded revolver with another one filled with blanks. Then the arrest. Jehan Dulmont in a panic. Jehan Dulmont, whose head is at stake, prefers a life sentence in Belgium and fires. Do you see? Yes. They saw that committing or attempting a second murder saved the life of old Count Dulmont's killer. In addition, hadn't the young man's sarcastic smile proclaimed it? You see, you won't get my head. No, not his head, but at least he was no longer able to cause harm. And Maigret at last was free to think of something else. Chapter 7. Candle Wax. It was one of those rare cases that could have been solved using floor plans and documents. Deduction and scientific police methods. In fact, by the time Maigret left Quai des Orfèvres, he knew everything, even about the barrels. He had been expecting to make a brief journey in space, and instead he made an exhausting journey in time. Even when he reached Vitry-aux-Loges, barely 100 kilometers from Paris, he got out of an absurd little train, the kind you only ever see these days in picture books. And when he mentioned a taxi, people gave him a funny look, thinking that he was joking. He would have to go the rest of the way in a butcher's cart. But at the last minute, he managed to persuade the butcher to take him in his van. Do you go there often? Maigret asked, referring to the little village where his investigation was taking him. Twice a week, thanks to you. They're going to get an extra butcher's round. Maigret had actually been born 40 kilometers from here, on the banks of the Loire, and he hadn't expected to find the forest of Orléans looking so tragic. Yes, they were in the middle of the forest. The van traveled for about 10 kilometers, with tall trees on either side, before reaching a village nestled in the middle of a clearing. Is this it? No, it's the next hamlet. It wasn't raining, but the forest was damp, the sky such a glaring white as to be oppressive. The trees had lost almost all their leaves, which were starting to decay. The sound of crackling could be heard here and there, and sometimes a distant shot. Is there much hunting around here? That must be the Duke. And now
in a clearing smaller than the previous ones. Some 31-story houses huddled around a church with a pointed spire. It was unlikely that any of these houses was less than a century old, and their black slate roofs underlined their forbidding air. Drop me outside the Potru sisters' house. I thought as much. It's near the church. Maigret got out. The butcher stopped a little further on and opened the back panel of his vehicle, attracting a few housewives who couldn't make up their minds whether or not to buy meat outside the usual days. Maigret had studied the floor plan drawn up by the first investigators so thoroughly that he could have found his way about the house with his eyes closed. In fact, the rooms were so dark that was almost what he had to do. It really was a journey in time that Maigret was making as he stepped into this shop, which seemed to belong to a different century. The light was as sparse as in an old master painting, and the furniture and walls had that same color of old paintings, with brown and gray patches in the gloom, and here and there a gleam of light on a jar or a brass fitting. For 65 years since their birth, the Potru sisters, the elder, at least the younger, was only 62, had been living in this house, which their parents had always lived in before them. Nothing could have changed. Not the counter with its scales and its boxes of sweets, nor the haberdashery shelf, nor the grocery shelf which gave off a sickly smell of cinnamon and chicory, nor the zinc counter on which drinks were served. In a corner, a petrol barrel next to a smaller barrel containing cooking oil. At the far end, 2 tables, another to the left, long tables worn smooth by time, flanked by benches without backs. A door opened to the left, and a woman in her early 30s came in, holding a baby in her arms. She looked at Maigret. "What is it?" "Don't worry about me. I'm here for the investigation. I assume you're a neighbor," her belly protruding under her apron. She replied, "I'm Marie Lacour, the blacksmith's wife." It was when he noticed an oil lamp hanging from the ceiling that Maigret realized that the hamlet didn't have electricity. The second room, which he entered without being invited, was so dark it was fortunate that 2 logs were burning in the hearth. It was by the light of their flames that Maigret saw a vast bed with numerous mattresses, a red eiderdown as swollen as a balloon, and in this bed an old woman, motionless, her face stiff and pale, only her eyes seemingly endowed with life. "Is she still not speaking?" Maigret asked Marie Lacour. The young woman shook her head. Maigret shrugged, sat down on a straw-bottomed chair, and took some papers from his pockets. There was nothing sensational about the event in itself, which had occurred 5 days earlier. The Po-Tu sisters, who lived alone in the house, were said to have savings. They even owned 3 other houses in the village and had a well-established reputation for avarice. On Friday night, some neighbors did indeed think they had heard noises but hadn't paid much attention. Early on Sunday morning, a passing peasant saw that the bedroom window was wide open, went closer, and called for help. Near the window, Amélie Patru lay in a pool of blood, in her nightdress, on the bed, her face turned to the wall. Her sister Marguerite lay dead, with 3 stab wounds in her chest, a cut across her right cheek, and her eye half shattered. Amélie was alive. It was she who had tried to raise the alarm by opening the window, and who had then fallen, weakened by the loss of blood. None of her 11 wounds, almost all of them on her right shoulder and side, was serious. The second drawer of the chest of drawers was open, the linen scattered, and on top of this linen, a leather briefcase green with age was found, in which the 2 sisters must have been in the habit of keeping their documents. On the floor, a savings bank book, property deeds, tenancy leases, and bills from suppliers. Orléans had conducted the investigation. Maigret not only had a detailed floor plan of the premises, he also had photographs and transcripts of the interrogations. The dead woman, Marguerite, had been buried 2 days later. As for Amélie, when they had tried to take her to hospital, she had struggled fiercely, clinging with her nails to the bed sheets, glaring at them with the clear indication that she wanted to stay at home. The pathologist stated that, no organ having been hit, they could put her silence down to shock. It was now 5 days since any sound had escaped her lips, and there she still was, observing everything that was happening around her, despite her motionlessness and her bandages.
even now, she had not taken her eyes off Maigret. The fact remained that 3 hours after the Orléans prosecutor's office had launched their investigation, a man was arrested. Everything pointed to him as the murderer. He was Marcel, the murdered sister's illegitimate son. At the age of 23, she had had a son who was now 39 and who, after being a groom for the Duke, as everyone called him in the village, worked as a woodcutter in the forest and lived in a ruined farmhouse 10 kilometers away, near the Loup Pendu pond. Maigret had visited him in his cell. He was a brute in every sense of the word. On several occasions, he had left his wife and his 5 children for weeks on end, without getting in touch with them. And when he was home, he was more likely to beat them than to feed them. In addition, he was a drunkard and not always in his right mind. Now, in the very place where it had all happened, Maigret decided to reread the account Marcel had given him of the famous evening. I got there by bike around 7. The women were just getting ready to eat. I had a drink at the counter, then went and killed a rabbit in the courtyard. I skinned it, and my mother cooked it, as usual. My aunt complained, but then she's never been able to stand me. The locals confirmed that Marcel was in the habit of dropping in like that and having a feast with his mother, who didn't dare refuse him anything, and his aunt, who was afraid of him. There was another argument, because I took a cheese from the shop and made a start on it. What wine did you drink? Maigret insisted. Wine from the shop. Which light did you use? The oil lamp. After the meal, my mother, who had her aches and pains, went to bed and asked me to get her papers from the second drawer in the chest of drawers. She gave me the key. I went back to her with the papers, and we settled the bills because it was the end of the month. What else was in the briefcase? Deeds, annuities, bonds, a big package of them, worth 30,000 francs and more. Did you go to the storeroom? Did you light a candle? Never. At 9:30, I put the papers back in the drawer and left. I had another swig of hooch on my way through the shop. If they tell you I killed the 2 old women, it's a lie. You'd do best to question the Serb, much to the surprise of Marcel's lawyer. Maigret didn't even insist. As for Yarko,
who was most often called the Serb, because he was from Yugoslavia. He was another phenomenon who had ended up in the area after the war and had remained there, living alone in a wing of the house next door and working as a carter in the forest. Another drunk, whom the Po2 sisters had refused to serve lately because of all the money he owed them. Once, when Marcel had been there, he'd taken it on himself to throw the Serb out and given him a bloody nose. The Po2 sisters especially hated him because they had rented him an old stable at the far end of their yard for his horses, but he didn't keep up the installments. At this hour, the Serb was probably transporting trees in the forest. Maigret, papers in hand and following his own train of thought, approached the fireplace where, on the morning the body had been discovered, a heavy kitchen knife had been found among the ashes, its handle completely burnt. It was obviously the murder weapon, but the fire had made it impossible to get any fingerprints from it. Conversely, Marcel's prints, and only his, were all over the door of the chest of drawers and the leather briefcase. On the candlestick that had been found on the table, the only fingerprints were those of Amélie P2, who was still following Maigret with her icy gaze. "I assume your mind is still made up and you won't talk," he muttered, just on the off chance. Lighting his pipe, he bent down and marked on the floor, in chalk, the positions of the bloodstains indicated on his plan. "Will you be here for a few more minutes?" Marie Lecour asked him. "That'll give me a chance to go and put my dinner on the stove." So now Maigret was alone in the house with the old woman. It was his first visit, but he had spent one whole day and one whole night poring over the file and the floor plan. Orléans had done things so well that nothing here surprised him in the least, except the painful discovery that the reality was even more sordid than he had imagined. And yet he was the son of country people. He knew that some hamlets were the same today as they had been in the 13th or 14th centuries. But finding himself plunged suddenly into this forest village, into this house, this room, near this wounded woman, whose mind he could tell was alert, he was as affected as one would be. Visiting certain hospitals or certain nursing homes where the worst human monstrosities are hidden. When he had started work on this case back in Paris, He had made a few notes in the margin of the report. Why would Marcel have burned the knife, but not bothered about the fingerprints left on the chest of drawers and the briefcase? 2. Why, if he used the candle, did he take it back to the room and extinguish it? Why don't the bloodstains form a straight line from the bed to the window 4? Why, if he risked being recognized on leaving the house at 9:30, did Marcel leave by the front door and not by the yard door, which leads to open country? On the other hand, there was an element that discouraged Marcel's lawyer in the very bed where the two women slept. They had found one of the buttons from his jacket, which was an old corduroy hunting jacket with characteristic buttons. A button snagged and fell off when I was skinning the rabbit, he claimed. Having reread his notes, Maigret stood up and looked at Amélie with a strange smile, because she was going to be upset not to be able to follow him with her eyes. He opened the door to the storeroom and found it to be a cubbyhole, dimly lit through a skylight, with piles of firewood, and on the left, against the wall, the famous barrels. The first two were full, one of red wine, one of white. The next two were empty, and on one of them, the specialists from criminal records had discovered drops of candle wax from the candle found in the bedroom. In his report, the chief inspector from Orléans had said, "It is likely that these traces were left by Marcel when he came to have a drink." His wife admits that on returning home, he was completely drunk, and the zigzagging tracks of his bicycle on the way confirm that. Maigret looked around and, not finding what he was searching for, went back into the bedroom, where he opened the window. The square was deserted apart from two little boys who were watching the house. "Hey, boy, could you go and fetch me a saw?" "A saw for wood." That bloodless face was still behind him. Those eyes that moved at the same time as his heavy figure. The boy came back with two saws of different sizes. At the same time, Marie Lecour returned. "I hope I didn't keep you waiting. I left the kid at home. Now I'm going to have to tend to her. Wait a few more minutes. I can still put the water on to boil." That was a scene Maigret preferred to avoid. It was bad enough already. He went again into the storeroom and, seeing the barrel with the drops of candle wax, He introduced the saw into the bunghole and began his work. He knew what he was going to find. He was sure of himself, if he had still had any doubts that morning. The atmosphere of the house had confirmed him in his line of thought, and Amélie Patru was exactly how he had expected her to be.
Didn't the walls ooze not only avarice, but hate? And on the way in, hadn't he noticed a pile of newspapers on the counter? That was very important. And the reporters had omitted to mention it. The Patru sisters sold newspapers. Amélie owned glasses and didn't wear them during the day, which meant she needed them for reading, which meant she read. And the greatest obstacle to Maigret's theory disappeared in an instant. A theory based on hate. A hate that had turned rancid in the course of long years spent together, of life shared in this narrow house, of nights in the same bed and similar interests. Marguerite had had a child, had known love, while her elder sister had not even had that joy. For 15 or 20 years, the child had hung around them. Then, once he was free, he had come back often, always to eat, to drink, to demand money, money which belonged as much to Amélie as to Marguerite, more even, since she was the elder and had worked longer to earn it. A hate fed by the 1,000 incidents of daily life, like that rabbit they killed for Marcel, that cheese that was there to be sold, which he helped himself to without his mother raising any objection. Yes, Amélie read the papers. She must have devoured the accounts of trials, and therefore knew the importance of fingerprints. Amélie was scared of her nephew. She resented the fact that her sister had shown him the hiding place where their money was, and, as she had again that evening, let Marcel's hands touch those deeds he probably coveted. One day, he'll come here and murder us. Maigret was willing to swear that this sentence had been uttered many times in the house. He was still sawing away, feeling hot. He took off his hat and coat and placed them on the nearby barrel. The rabbit, the cheese. Then suddenly, the thought that Marcel had put his fingerprints on the drawer and on the leather suitcase. If that wasn't enough, there was that button that had fallen from his jacket and which his mother couldn't sew back on because she was already in bed. If Marcel had killed her, why would he have emptied the briefcase of its contents on the premises rather than take everything with him, especially as Yarko as Maigret had ascertained, couldn't read Amelie's wounds, all on the right side, too numerous and too shallow, had been his point of departure. Maigret had imagined her clumsy and cowardly when faced with pain. She didn't want to die or suffer for a long time. And she had planned to alert the neighbors by opening the window and calling out. Would a murderer have given her time to rush to the window? Fate had mocked her by making her faint before anyone took notice of her cries, and by leaving her untreated all night long. That was it. It could only have happened that way. She had killed her sister, who was half asleep. Then, her hand no doubt wrapped in a cloth, had opened the chest of drawers and emptied the briefcase of its contents, because, in order for Marcel to be implicated, the money had to have disappeared, hence the candle, after which she had sat on the edge of the bed and cut herself, clumsily, timidly, then gone over to the fireplace, as was proved by the blood stains, to burn the knife and get rid of the fingerprints. Then she had gone to the window and, almost at the end of his task, Maigret turned abruptly. He had heard voices and what sounded like the noise of a fight. He saw the door open. Then a figure at once baroque and sinister appeared in the doorway. Amélie Poutrou, dressed in a strange petticoat and a camisole, her arms and chest encased in bandages, her eye fixed, while, behind her, Marie Lecour was protesting against this foolhardiness. Maigret couldn't be bothered to speak. He preferred to complete his task. And when the barrel at last broke in two, he did not even heave a sigh of contentment on discovering the rolls of paper, none other than property deeds and railway bonds, that had been inserted through the bunghole. He would have liked to leave immediately, or, like Marcel, go and drink a great swig of rum straight from the bottle. Amélie was still not speaking. Her mouth was half open. If she fainted, she would fall into the arms of Marie Lecour, who was less strong and made frail by her condition. Too bad. It was a scene from another age, another world. Maigret grabbed the deeds and advanced while Amélie retreated, and finally placed the papers on the table in the bedroom. Go and get me the mayor, he said to Marie Lecour in a dry voice. His throat was tight. I need him as a witness. And
to Amélie, "You do best to go back to bed." In spite of his professional curiosity, and although he was a hardened police officer, he preferred not to look at her. He simply heard the springs of the bed creaking. He stood there with his back to her until a farmer, who was also the mayor of the hamlet, arrived and didn't dare come in. There was no telephone in the village. They had to send a man on the bicycle to Vitry-aux-Loges. The gendarmes arrived almost at the same time as the butcher's van. The sky was still as white as ever, and the west wind ruffled the trees. "Did you find anything?" he replied evasively, dutifully. And yet he already knew that this case would be the subject of long criminological studies, not only in Paris, but in London, Berlin, Vienna, and even New York. To see him, anyone would have sworn he was drunk. Chapter 8. Rue Pigalle. Anyone wandering into Marina's by chance would probably not have noticed a thing. Lucien, the owner, wearing a thick beige sweater that made him look shorter and broader than he was fiddling with his bottles behind the counter, decanting, recorking, meticulously changing the leather of the tap. True, he looked sullen, but that might have been put down to the hour and the weather, because it was a gray morning, colder than the others, the kind of morning that might bring snow and made you want to stay in bed. It was barely 9, and there wasn't much bustle in Rue Pigalle. The passing customer would no doubt have asked who that large gentleman was, sitting in a thick overcoat with his back to the stove, smoking his pipe and warming a glass of Calvados in his hand. And of course he would not have thought of Detective Chief Inspector Maigret of the Police Judiciaire. On the floor, he would have spotted a Breton maid, Julie, permanently scared-looking, her face riddled with freckles, dressed like a slattern, wiping the feet of the tables. Restaurants in Pigalle don't usually open early. The place hadn't been cleaned. Dirty glasses still lay about. And in the kitchen, the door of which was open, you could see the owner's wife, Marina, in person. Even dirtier and more malformed than her maid. The whole scene was fairly peaceful and familiar. At the table at the back, 2 men still sat, but they didn't look so bad, even though they hadn't shaved and their suits were crumpled like those of people who have been up all night. In truth, The customer entering unexpectedly would have seen nothing but a little restaurant like any other. A restaurant for regulars, not very clean, obviously, but not unwelcoming on this cold morning. He would no doubt have changed his mind on seeing Maigret suddenly notice the camel hair overcoat of one of the customers on the coat rack. Walk over to it, plunge his hand in the pockets, and, showing no surprise, take out a knuckle duster. Then hearing him say in an amiable tone, "Hey, Christiani, is this the one you used on me half an hour earlier, just as he was arriving at Quai des Orfèvres?" Maigret had been called to the telephone by someone who insisted on talking to him personally. Whoever it might have been was making obvious efforts to disguise his voice. "Is that you, Inspector? Listen, there was a ruckus last night at Marina's. If you drop by there, you might bump into your friend Christiani, and you might decide to ask him about Martino. You know, the little guy from Antibes, whose brother has just been shipped off to Guyana, thanks to the central switchboard." Maigret knew within 5 minutes that the call had come from a tobacconist's in Rue Notre-Dame de Lorette. A quarter of an hour later, he got out of a taxi at the corner of Rue Pigalle. The curbside gutters were streaming with refuse. Although he didn't know anything yet, Maigret would have bet this was something serious, probably very serious, because these tips are rarely misleading. He received immediate proof of this as he walked slowly up the street, almost opposite Marina's. He noticed a little Auvergnat bistro, a surprising sight in the middle of all these nightclubs. Sitting at the window of this bistro, looking out, were 2 men whom Maigret recognized, Les Niçois and Pepito. Not the kind of men you were likely to see at such an early hour, especially in a place like that. A moment later, he opened the door of the restaurant opposite and saw Christiani at the far end, in the company of a young recruit, René Lecoeur, who was known as the accountant because he had been a bank clerk in Marseille. In this kind of case, it's better not to be surprised by anything. Maigret lifted his hand to his bowler hat and greeted everyone, like a regular who has dropped by for his usual glass of wine. "How's it going, Lucien?" Which didn't stop him noticing that the cloth was shaking in the owner's hands, nor that the maid knocked her head on a table as she got abruptly to her feet. "Lots of people last night. I'll have a coffee and a small calvados." entering the kitchen. "How's it going, Marina? I see there's a mirror been broken above the counter." He had noticed the bullet hole in the mirror at his first glance. "That happened a while back," Lucien hastened to explain. "A fellow I don't know, who'd just bought a gun and didn't know it was loaded. From that point on, everything had happened in slow motion. Maigret had been here for more than a quarter of an hour, and not even 20 sentences had been exchanged." While the maid continued her work, Lucien remained at his counter, and Marina bustled about in the kitchen. Maigret smoked his pipe, drank his calvados, and from time to time went and peered out at the bistro opposite, then returned to the stove. He knew the place like the back of his hand. Lucien, after getting into trouble in Marseille, had bought this little restaurant in Montmartre, which he ran with his wife. Most of the clientele were old friends, underworld types, of course, but most of them people who'd settled down like him and become almost respectable. That was the case with Cristiani, who, 10 years earlier, hadn't hesitated during his arrest to hit Maigret with a knuckle duster, and who was now the owner of 2 houses in Paris and another in Barcelonnette. It was pretty much the same case with those opposite, especially Les Niçois, who also had houses like Cristiani, although, unfortunately, they competed with his. Les Niçois was part of the Marseille gang, as they were called in the underworld, while Cristiani was the head of the Corsicans. Tell me, has your young friend been sitting in the Auvergnat place opposite for a long time? I don't bother with those people." Cristiani replied scornfully. "Maybe so, but he seems to be bothering with you. In fact, if I didn't know you were a man, I'd think it was his presence in that little bistro that's stopping you from leaving." A pause. A gulp of Calvados. "Yes," and something like that. "Last night, for some reason or other, something unpleasant happened. And since then, Les Niçois and Pepito have been waiting for you outside, so that both of you have been obliged to sleep on the banquettes." As he spoke, he approached the accountant and tapped the false folds of his jacket. "Only, I wonder what could have happened, given that everyone knows that Lucien doesn't like damage. And you're not a man who sticks his neck out these days. By the way, Martino's brother, who was shipped off to the Ile de Ré yesterday, says hello." This was all very cordial, even good-natured. Nevertheless, Christiani had given a start, and Maigret, taking advantage of the fact that the accountant was standing, felt his pockets and took out a heavy flick knife. Dangerous, son. You shouldn't walk around with toys like this. What about you, Christiani? Anything for me in your pocket? Christiani shrugged, took out a Smith & Wesson revolver, and handed it over to Maigret. Interesting. There's one bullet missing, presumably the one that broke the mirror. What surprises me, though, is that you haven't replaced it and haven't even taken the trouble to clean the barrel. He slipped the knife, the knuckle duster, and the revolver into the pocket of his overcoat and, apparently casually, searched in every corner, even opening the ice box and the telephone booth. But it was his mind that was working more than anything else. He was trying to understand, constructing hypotheses and rejecting them one after the other. You know, Le Niçois told Martino that somebody had snitched on his brother. At least so I've heard. The only reason I'd let you go would be to avoid him, because he might blame you, and he's in the habit of carrying a weapon. What are you getting at? Christiani muttered, apparently still as calm as Maigret. Nothing. I'd like to see Martino. I don't know why, but I'd be curious to see him. In the meantime, he had made sure that nobody, dead or alive, was hidden in the restaurant, or in the kitchen, or in Lucienne and Marina's bedroom, which followed on from it. At 9:30, a delivery man brought a crate of aperitifs, and almost immediately afterwards, a huge yellow Duchemin removals van stopped outside the building and left again a little later. Give me a slice of sausage, Marina, the kind you make yourself. Suddenly, Maigret frowned from the bedroom. A new character had emerged who was as surprised as he. Where did you spring from? I was in bed. It was Fred, Christiani's associate in certain affairs, and he was lying. Maigret had just checked that the bedroom was empty. From what I can see, Maigret muttered, you're all so attached to the place. You can't leave. Give me your shooter, too. Fred hesitated, then held out his revolver. Another Smith & Wesson. There were no bullets missing. Will you give it back to me? I may do. That depends on what Martino tells me. I'm expecting him at any moment. That's right. I arranged to meet him here. He looked at their faces and saw René Lecure turn pale and knock back a swig of brandy. A little more effort. He had to work it out, come what may. And he did, looking towards the street just then and seeing a lorry pass by. "Go to the phone," he ordered Christiani, because he didn't want to go into the booth, from where he wouldn't have been able to keep an eye on everyone. "Ask for the police judiciaire. Have them put Lucas on. Do you have him pass me the receiver?" Fortunately, the cord was long enough. "Is that you? Lucas, I want you to phone Duchemin Removals immediately. We need to get hold of a van of theirs that just delivered something, or took delivery of something, in Rue Pigalle. Got that? See what it is, as soon as possible. I'll still be here. Yes." Then, turning towards the kitchen, "What about that sausage? Marina, here you are, Inspector." "I don't think these gentlemen want any. Either I'm very much mistaken, or they've probably lost their appetites." At 11:10, they were all still in their places, including Le Niçois and his companion at the bistro opposite. At 11:11, Lucas got out of a taxi, looking very excited, opened the door, and signaled to Maigret that he had something important to tell him. "You can speak in front of these gentlemen. They're friends. I tracked down the van on Boulevard Rochechouart. What they had was a trunk. They'd received a call from this house, from a lodger on the second floor, a Monsieur Bechevel, a huge trunk, or rather a chest, to be sent to Quimper as soon as possible. You let it go, I hope." Maigret joked. "I got them to open it. There was a body inside, Martino, the brother of, I know, and then Dr. Paul was at home, so he was able to come immediately. I have the bullet, which was still in the wound." Maigret fingered it with an indifferent air and murmured as if to himself, "Browning 635. You see how it is these gentlemen who've spent the night here only have Smith & Wessons. What he was going to do could not have been predicted. Even at that moment, anyone coming in would not have suspected the drama unfolding. Lucien was doing his best to still look busy behind his counter. "You want to know what I think? This'll stay between ourselves, won't it? Last night, Martino, who drunk too much, got it into his head that it was because of Christiani that his brother was shipped off. He came here to demand an explanation.
And given how excitable he was, he had an accident. Do you understand? Lucas was also wondering where the chief was going with this. Christiani lit a cigarette and blew out the smoke with false nonchalance. Only Le Niçois and Pepito were waiting in the street. They didn't dare come in. They preferred to wait for the others to come out. Are you with me now? That's why our friends here have slept at their table while Les Niçois paced up and down outside. Then, early in the morning, set himself up in the bistro opposite. The most tiresome thing was that damned body. They couldn't leave Lucien lumbered with it. What would you have done, Christiani? You're an intelligent man. Christiani shrugged contemptuously. Tell me, Lucien, who is this Bechevel who lives on the third floor? He's a bedridden old man. That's what I thought. Someone went up there early in the morning and made it clear to him that he'd do best to keep his mouth shut. Before the building woke up, the body was taken up there by the back stairs and locked in a chest that belonged to the old man. Then a call was put through to Duchemin Removals. Go to the third floor and check. I'm sure you'll be given a description of our friend Fred, who took care of the task. What does that prove? Fred grunted. I'm sure it doesn't prove that it's you who did him in. Marina, give them some sausage anyway. I'm taking them all to headquarters. They may be with me for quite a while. Still, nothing tragic. The proof was that a debt collector came in to settle something with Lucien and didn't notice a thing. Still nothing to tell me, Christiani. No, nothing. What about you, accountant? By the way, this is the first time I've seen you involved in anything serious. I don't know what you mean, the young man said, his voice tense. Then we just have to wait for Lucas. They waited, and the others opposite were still waiting too. The bustle grew in the street as the sky cleared a little and the light grew whiter. Too bad, Lucien, that it happened in your place. You should never let your mirrors get broken. It's bad luck. Lucas was already back. He announced, "It's true. I found the poor man gagged. He gave me a description of Fred, but there was someone else there last night. Someone he didn't see. They jumped on him while he was still asleep. Okay, phone for a taxi. Wait. Also, phone headquarters and ask them to send someone to keep an eye on the people opposite. I don't want them to get the wind up, eh?" Scratching his head, Maigret looked at his three rascals and sighed. "Before that happens, we may discover which of you fired the shot. Like a man who has all the time in the world and doesn't know what to do with it.
Maigret went over to one of the tables and laid out quite a display. Christiani's revolver and knuckle duster, side by side. Then Fred's revolver and, at a slight distance, Lecoeur's knife. Don't worry too much about what I'm going to tell you, son, he said to Lecoeur, who looked as if he were about to faint. This is the first thing you've been involved with, but it probably won't be your last. This revolver, you see, is definitely Christiani's, and he's been in the business too long to play around with a little Browning, like the one that killed Martino. Fred's another old lag who likes serious weapons. When the fight broke out, Christiani fired, and someone must have jogged his arm, because the only thing he hit was the mirror.
Then you, with your little Browning. I don't have a Browning, Lecoeur blurted out. Precisely. That's what tells me you fired the shot. Fred kept his weapon because he knew it would prove his innocence. Christiani didn't even clean his, to show that he'd only fired one bullet and hadn't hit anyone. They both know about ballistics reports, and they played the game, whereas you had to get rid of your revolver, since it would have proved that you're the murderer. Where did you put it? I didn't kill anyone. I'm asking where you put it. Ask Christiani. It's too late to get smart. You won't find any Browning. Maigret looked at him pityingly and whispered, You poor fool. All the poorer and more foolish in that he wasn't the one Martino had a grudge with. And if he had indeed fired the shot, it was to prove to the others that he had guts. When Lucas returned, Maigret said to him in a low voice, Look everywhere, especially on the roof.
They wouldn't have been stupid enough to hide the gun here, or in the old man's apartment. See if there's a dormer window at the top of the stairs that looks out on the roof. He took them all away, while 2 or 3 passers-by, overly innocent in appearance, kept an eye on the bistro opposite, in his camel hair coat. Christiani looked like a respectable citizen who was being taken away by mistake and would soon be released with apologies. Fred was swaggering. The accountant was a bundle of nerves. It was an absolutely classic case. Maigret had always claimed that if it weren't for chance, 50% of criminals would escape punishment, and that without tip-offs, another 50% would remain free. It sounded like a joke, especially when he said it in that thick voice of his. But a tip-off had played its part here, and so had chance. It was by chance that he had noticed the yellow van from Duchemin Removals. But wasn't there still a serious percentage of professionalism, knowledge of people, and even what they call intuition. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Browning was found on the roof, where it had indeed been thrown through the dormer window. At 3:30, the accountant confessed in tears, and Christiani, giving the address of a famous lawyer, asserted, "You'll see, I won't get more than 6 months." At which Maigret sighed, without looking at him, "And I only lost 2 teeth thanks to your knuckle duster." Chapter 9. Maigret Gets It Wrong. There are people whose faces you can't even smash, because you'd be afraid your hand would get stuck in them for 3 or 4 hours. Ever since he had been assigned to this case in Rue Saint-Denis, Maigret had been on edge, in a foul mood, sick of the whole thing, so disgusted by it that it made him seem almost devious. Nobody at Quai des Orfèvres dared say a word to him. "Call me a taxi," he said to the office boy, as he followed his client along the corridors, then down the stairs, across the courtyard and out into the street. He really did look as if he were holding him at the end of a pair of tweezers. 27B Rue Saint-Denis. He gathered the ends of his overcoat, as if he wanted to avoid the material touching the man. And yet this man wasn't even a convicted felon. He had no criminal record. He was about 45 years old, respectably, if unremarkably dressed, in a not very new, but quite well-cut suit, and a gray ratteen overcoat that dated from the previous year. Physically, the kind of man you meet a lot in the business districts, whether selling vacuum cleaners or fiddling his commission. His name was Eugène Lebris, a Frenchman born in Cairo or Port Said. He was fat. His eyes were dark and shiny. He was obsequious. "After you, Inspector," Maigret muttered between his teeth. "What a creep." He would much rather be dealing with one of those youngsters, corrupted by a romantic idea of the criminal classes, who one fine evening kills a concierge or robs a licensee. He would happily be discussing a robbery with a real burglar, one of those who know their job and bring to it a kind of conscientiousness. But this man was an informer, a cowardly, semi-respectable little crook who kept bowing and scraping to him. This man was the owner of the special bookshop in Rue Saint-Denis. The name itself said it all.
The shop, located between a pork butcher's and a hairdresser's, was closed right now, and Labrie had to use his key to open the shutter. The interior was as deep as it was narrow, almost a corridor. The window was only 1 meter wide, but that meter was well used because it contained a whole collection of books with enticing titles and suggestive covers, wrapped in cellophane the better to protect their secrets. It was 5 in the afternoon, the hour when the tragic event must have occurred the previous day. Crowds moved up and down the street. People passed with little packages of food. Taxis glided by without suspecting. Maigret closed the door behind him. Put on the chain. Yes, there was a chain. These people are cautious. And pushed his man in front of him. Show me your office. He would almost have preferred to be more formal, more distant towards him. The man hastened to obey, as if receiving one of his customers. Be careful on the stairs. They're quite steep. At the back of the shop, behind the counter, was a narrow staircase going down, the kind found in some bistros where space has had to be put aside for a makeshift toilet. If you don't mind, Labrie simpered, I'd better go first. At the bottom of the stairs was a red velvet curtain, and behind this curtain, a strange cubbyhole, partly a library, judging by the bookshelves, and partly a boudoir, judging by the sofa, also red, and the large mirror at the back. In the shadows beside the curtain was a door, which the customers probably didn't suspect was there. Labrie now opened this door like a regular and switched the light on. You see, it's very simple, he said apologetically, smiling one of those smiles that Maigret felt like flattening with his fist. It was indeed simple. A mass-produced desk in light wood, a metal filing cabinet, painted green. To the right, a little portable gas stove, a teapot and some cups, a coat rack, and a wash basin. Maigret was too tall and too broad for this basement converted into a cabinet of vices, a trap for dirty old men. His hat brushed against the ceiling. He felt as if he were suffocating. Where did you look to see what was happening next door? Like a good shopkeeper, indicating that his accounts are up to date, Labrie tilted a calendar hanging on the wall to reveal an opening that corresponded with the boudoir next door. Through here, I'd switch the light off. The opening corresponds
with a two-way mirror. Maigret almost repeated like a leitmotif. What a creep. Yes, a real creep, but a cautious one who knew the penal code and had somehow formed an alliance with the police. The special bookshop attracted connoisseurs of erotic literature to Rue Saint-Denis, thanks to the right kind of advertising. Mademoiselle Emilienne will personally show connoisseurs the leaflets promised. And indeed, Mademoiselle Emilienne, the assistant, would occasionally bring an important customer down into this boudoir and show him some collector's edition that cost 400 or 500 francs, while Lebris, behind his spy hole, the tragic event was a simple one. 2 days earlier, Lebris had completed the sale of his business. He was to run it for another week before handing it over. The assistant will, of course, remain at the disposal of the new owner. The contract had stipulated the previous day at 11 in the evening. Police officers had been surprised to find the lights still on in the shop. A sergeant on a bicycle had gone in, finding nobody on the ground floor. He had descended the stairs, as Maigret had just done, and found the dead body of a young woman in the boudoir. This was Mademoiselle Emilienne, the same assistant who was due to be handed over along with the property. Labri, who lived in a small apartment in Rue de Metz, had been questioned in the morning by the local chief inspector and had begun by lying. About 5 o'clock, he had declared, "I made tea on the stove, as I usually did. Mademoiselle Emilienne came to get a cup and took it next door to drink. I had my tea alone. Then, as I had some things to do in town, I went out, leaving it to Mademoiselle Emilienne to close the shutters. She'd been with me for 4 years, and I had every confidence in her. It was obvious that Mademoiselle Emilienne had been poisoned by the cup of tea she had drunk. The local chief inspector, who had dealt with Lebris before Maigret, hadn't gone about it with kid gloves, as was proved by a bruise on the man's right temple. An hour later, he had obtained the following admission. The truth is, about 6 o'clock, after I finished working in my office, I found my assistant motionless in the boudoir. I thought she was asleep. I left, thinking I would return sometime later. It was almost plausible, since the pathologist attributed death to the ingestion of a strong soporific, so Mademoiselle Emilienne wasn't dead when you left. I would have noticed. She wasn't cold. Didn't it occur to you to call a doctor? In our profession, it's best to avoid scandal. You know that as well as I do. And in insisting on these words, he made it clear to the local policeman that he sometimes made himself useful by providing certain information to the police. In short, he had left Mademoiselle Emilienne when she was not yet dead. He had, he said, been prevented from returning to Rue Saint-Denis and, thinking no more of the incident, had gone home to bed. These were the facts that Maigret, still in a foul mood, was going over and over in his large head, while up in Rue Saint-Denis, the life of a working-class neighborhood continued on its way. And down here, in this foul-smelling basement, Labrie played the part of a law-abiding businessman with a clear conscience. I swear to you, I have nothing to feel guilty about. You can look at all the books that are here. The covers may be enticing, but there's nothing reprehensible inside. In fact, that's the reason I needed a skillful young woman to sell them. Don't you see, when the customers came downstairs with her, they might try it on. She'd put them in their place and force them to buy an expensive book. He was smiling. He seemed to think she'd been really good if I hadn't treated her well. She wouldn't have stayed with me for 4 years. I was the one who made tea. The afternoons can be long, especially in this airless office. In this basement that appeared so far from life. I can guess what you're thinking. I've been accused of wanting to kill Emilienne. But first of all, I'd have been acting against my own interests. The sales contract stipulates that she came with the business. I would have risked problems with the payments because my buyer had agreed to pay in installments. So you see, he spoke in a good-natured way, winking at Maigret as if asking him to bear witness to his good faith. Besides, how would I have poisoned her? They told me this morning that according to the doctor, she'd taken 8 sleeping pills. Have you ever taken any? No. Well, I've occasionally taken one. It's so bitter. You can't make someone swallow one without their knowing. Really. The reason Maigret said really was that he had an answer to that. Mademoiselle Emilienne, whose body he had seen at the Forensics Institute, was an unhealthy-looking young woman. It was probably her very pallor that had attracted the customers. Labrie, pretending to be nice and protective, could have said he was giving her some medicine or other and made her swallow the tea, bitter as it was. I assure you, you're barking up the wrong tree. Inspector, if I'd given her the sleeping pills, I'd have made sure they didn't kick in until she was out of here. That way, I'd have been in the clear. Yes, the fellow had thought it all through. He was preempting any accusation. He seemed, in a way, to be carrying on his own counter-investigation. What benefit would I have gained? What benefit, indeed? That was what Maigret was also asking himself, because he knew his man well enough by now to be sure he wouldn't have done it for no reason. Smoking his pipe, Maigret searched the desk drawers and discovered a folder filled with letters, neatly arranged as if they were business letters. In fact, they were love letters, Granville. 6. My darling, I've been without you for 3 days, and it seems to me impossible, my lover, to stay much longer without your presence. There were 2 pages of this. The signature read, "Your mistress for life, Emilienne," champing at the bit. Maigret turned to look at his plump companion. "A tragic love story?" he asked, with fierce irony. "Why not?" The man replied coolly. They were so far from the real world, from people healthy in body and mind, walking up there in the street, in the cool winter air. Beyond the basement window that provided the only source of daylight, Maigret looked at the spy hole that made it possible to keep an eye on the neighboring boudoir. Then at this horrible fellow, and found it hard to restrain his big fists. "You're not going to tell me she killed herself, are you?" I had no interest in killing her and creating problems for myself, especially at a time when I was going to retire to the villa I've bought on the outskirts of Nice. Labri was defending himself every inch of the way, or rather, slimy as he was slipping through his fingers, and Maigret was increasingly incensed. He could, at a pinch, identify with a young man who has done something on a sudden impulse. He could reconstruct his state of mind. He knew the innermost secrets of the flesh peddlers of Montmartre and the dream peddlers of Montparnasse. He knew his Paris street by street, so to speak, but never, and he regretted it now. Had he descended into a basement like this,
or peered through the spy hole of someone like Labrie, the more you think about it, the more you'll realize I'm innocent. This whole thing damages me as much as anyone. That was the way he spoke, as if his shop was like a regular business. He might even have brought out his account books. The more I think about it, Maigret couldn't help retorting, the more I feel like smashing your face in. He couldn't bear to look at that face anymore, a face that was both handsome and ugly. Labrie's eyes had a certain languid quality that made up for his weak mouth and chin. He was a despicable type in every sense of the word, the kind whose charm made you forget the rest. The rage Maigret felt towards him was almost a father's rage, as if he wanted to avenge his own daughter. Abruptly, he walked up to him and waved his fist in his face. "Confess," he growled, the other's cynical fear, betraying his cowardice, only made it worse. "Confess, you lowlife, I know perfectly well. Damn it, that you planned it all." Retreating, Labrie huddled against the wall, his whole body collapsing. "Emilienne was your mistress. She knew all the nasty things you got up to here. That's why you wanted to get rid of her before going to live off your private income in your villa in Nice. Inspector, confess, I tell you, confess that, under the pretext of making her take some medicine or other, you poisoned her. Then, as she was taking her time dying, you left, like the dirty little coward you are. Inspector." Maigret had almost forgotten the east wind outside that was making people turn up the collars of their overcoats and sweeping away the miasma of the city. He saw again the young woman with the long face, dead eyes and thin lips, who had never enjoyed good health, and whom this man had confined to this basement to sell fake vice to old men. Confess, lowlife. I swear to you, Inspector, don't swear, confess. You'll be sorry for what you're doing right now. It was a bad argument, one that might finally drive Maigret over the edge. What are you saying? I'm saying you'll be sorry. You're making a mistake. This is an abuse of power." "What do you mean? An abuse of—" "You dare say that after the girl's letters? You dare to claim that you weren't her?" He was actually about to hit him, his fist in midair, when the telephone rang. "Hello, is that you, Chief? We've just had the pathologist's conclusions after the post-mortem." "Hello?" pinned against the wall. Labrie still hadn't moved. Maigret, at the end of his tether, yelled into the receiver,
I'm listening. And he held himself back from hitting out. What's that? The voice of Sergeant Lucas at the other end of the line. Yes. As I just told you, she's, well, she's a virgin. Maigret hung up like an automaton all at once. He had understood. He might have got it wrong, but it didn't take him long to realize it. I'm pleased to see you've calmed down, Labrie said. Not the right thing to say. What was that? Nothing. Maigret clenched his fist with all his might, because now he knew that it was even worse than he had thought. He looked almost coldly at this lowlife, against whom he could do nothing. He sighed. It's true. You didn't kill her. No. In the eyes of the law, Labrie wasn't responsible. You didn't kill her. Not with your hands. Anyway. And not with poison. He had killed her with his basement infesting, like a shameful disease. This street swarming with life. One day, a naive young girl had replied to his ad asking for a pretty sales assistant. She had arrived from her province, and all she had seen of Paris was this trap for old gentlemen it was her job to keep dangling. The only man she had spent any time with was Labrie. Labrie, with the fat face but the velvet eyes, who, as the cautious businessman he was, had led her to believe that you could be lovers without, because he was right. He hadn't touched her. He was too clever for that. There was no point in killing the goose that laid the golden eggs, not for a brief moment of satisfaction. And she, on holiday in Granville, had written to him, my lover, not knowing that in order to be lovers, oh yes, it all made sense. Maigret had got it wrong. Emilienne didn't know Emilienne when she sold her books on the other side of the spy hole, needed all her innocence to play at being innocent. In order for the business to thrive, she had to be too good to be true, too stupid to be true. She had to be the girl the regulars pointed at, whispering, she's so naive. They used other words more fitting to Emilienne's physical status, until the day she learned she was just part of the fixtures and fittings, that she was being handed over to the new owners, that Labrie was going away without her. Labrie, whom she had thought of as her lover, driven mad. Emilienne had preferred to kill herself, and Labrie had panicked and abandoned her in his basement, leaving it to someone else to discover the body
What did I tell you? Labrie murmured with a curious smile, seeing Maigret's discomfited expression. Maigret glanced around to make sure that he was really in a cellar, far from life and its laws. I got it wrong, he muttered. It happens to everyone. Then, as it had to be done anyway, he landed his fist full in the man's face. Feeling calmer now, he sighed and, seeing Labrie touch a loose tooth, said, You can always say you fell down the stairs. They're so steep.
Chapter 10. Madame Maigret's Suitor. Like most families, the Maigrets had various traditions that eventually took on as much importance as religious rituals did for others. For the many years that they had lived on Place des Vosges in summer, as soon as he set foot on the staircase from the courtyard, Maigret had been in the habit of unknotting his dark tie, which gave him the time to climb up to the first floor. From that point, the staircase of the apartment building, a former luxurious private residence like all those around the square, no longer rose majestically with a wrought iron railing and imitation marble walls, but became steep and narrow. And Maigret reached the second floor, slightly out of breath, with his detachable collar undone. He then had to follow the ill-lit passageway to his door, the third on the left, and, as he inserted his key in the lock, his jacket slung over his arm, he would shout a traditional, "It's me," and he'd sniff the air, guessing what was for lunch from the aroma, walk into the dining room, whose tall window was open onto the magnificent sight of the small gardens below, with their 4 fountains. It was June. The weather was particularly hot, and the entire police judiciaire could talk of nothing but holidays. Sometimes, out in the street, men could be seen with their jackets over their arms, while beer flowed freely at all the cafe terraces. "Have you seen your suitor?" asked Maigret, standing in front of the window and mopping his brow. At that moment, no one would have guessed that in the crime-fighting laboratory that is the police judiciaire, he had just spent hours and hours delving into the darkest and most dismal recesses of the human soul. Outside his work, he found the slightest trifle amusing, especially when it was a matter of teasing gullible Madame Maigret. For the past 2 weeks, the running joke had been asking for news of her suitor. Did he do his 2 little laps of honor around the square, still as mysterious and distinguished, when I think that you have a soft spot for distinguished gentlemen? Yet you married me. Madame Maigret bustled about setting the table, because she didn't want a maid, and was content with a cleaning woman in the mornings for the heavy housework. She entered into the banter. I didn't say he was distinguished, but you described him to me pearl gray brimmed hat, little upturned mustache, probably dyed, walking stick with a carved ivory pommel. You can laugh sooner or later. You'll realize that I'm the one who's right. I maintain that he's no ordinary man, and that his behavior is definitely a cover for something important. From the window, you could absently watch the comings and goings across the gardens, which were quite empty in the mornings. But in the afternoons, the benches were filled with local mothers and maids keeping a watchful eye on the children playing around the small park, which, with its girdle of railings, is one of the most classic Paris garden squares. The buildings are all the same, with their arcades and steeply sloping slate roofs. At first, Madame Maigret had paid scant attention to the stranger, who could hardly go unnoticed, because everything about his appearance and his demeanor was around 20 or 30 years out of date, and he was like a caricature in a comic magazine. It was early in the morning, the hour when the windows were open and you could see servants in the apartments busy with the housework. He seems to be looking for something, Madame Maigret commented. In the afternoon, she had gone to visit her sister, and the next day, at exactly the same time, she saw her stranger again. He was walking around the gardens at a steady pace. Once, twice, before finally disappearing in the direction of Place de la République. No doubt a fellow who's fond of young housemaids and comes to watch them shaking out the rugs, Maigret had said when his wife, chatting about this and that, had mentioned her elderly beau. That afternoon, she hadn't been particularly surprised to see him at 3 o'clock, sitting absolutely still on a bench, just opposite her window, both hands clasping the pommel of his walking stick. At 4 o'clock, he was still there, and at 5 o'clock, only close to 6 o'clock did he get up and amble off down Rue des Tournelles, without having spoken a word to anyone, without even unfolding a newspaper. Don't you find that curious, Maigret? Because Madame Maigret had always called her husband by his surname.
I already told you there must have been some pretty little housemaids nearby. And the next day, Madame Maigret raised the subject again. I watched him closely, because again he sat there on the same bench for 3 hours. Fancy that! Maybe it was to gaze at you. From that bench, it must be possible to see into our apartment. And this gentleman is in love with you. Don't talk nonsense. First of all, he uses a walking stick, and you've always liked men who walk with a cane. I bet he wears a pince-nez. Why? Because you have a fondness for men who wear a pince-nez. They gently teased each other. After 20 years of marriage, savoring the peace and quiet of their interior. Listen, I paid close attention to the people around him. There was indeed a maid just opposite him on a chair. I'd already noticed her at the greengrocer's. First of all, because she's very pretty, and secondly, because she looks classy. There you are, crowed Maigret. Your classy servant was sitting opposite the old gent. Have you noticed how women sometimes sit down without paying much heed to the eyeful they're presenting? And your beau spent the afternoon ogling her. You have a one-track mind until I see your mystery man. Can I help it if he doesn't come at times when you're here? And Maigret, who was involved in so many dramatic events, re-immersed himself in this gentle ribbing, never forgetting to ask for news of the man who had become, in their language, Madame Maigret's suitor. You can laugh all you like. Even so, there is something about him, I don't know what it is, that intrigues me and scares me a little. I can't explain. When you look at him, it's hard to take your eyes off him. He's capable of sitting there for hours on end, absolutely still, and his pupils don't even move behind his pince-nez. You've seen his pupils from here. Madame Maigret almost blushed, as if caught out. I went to have a closer look. Most of all, I wanted to know whether you were right. Well, the blonde maid, who always has 2 children in tow, acts very respectably, and there's nothing to see. Does she also stay there all afternoon? She arrives at around 3 o'clock, usually after the man. She always has a piece of crochet work with her. They leave at around the same time. She works at her crocheting for hours on end, without looking up, other than to call the children back from time to time when they stray too far. Do you not think, darling, that in the Paris squares there are hundreds of maids who crochet or knit for hours on end while keeping an eye on their charges? It's possible.
and scores of old men of private means who have nothing better to do than soak up the sun and lust after pretty girls. This one isn't old. You told me yourself that his mustache was probably dyed and that he must be wearing a wig. Yes, but he doesn't look old. The same age as me. Sometimes he looks older, and sometimes younger. And Maigret, pretending to be jealous, grumbled one of these days, to come and look this suitor of yours in the face. He was no more serious about it than Madame Maigret. In a similar way, once before, they had taken an amused interest in two lovers who met up every night under the arcades, their arguments and reconciliations, until the day when the girl, who was a servant at the dairy, had met up with a different young man in exactly the same spot. You know, Maigret. What? I've been thinking. I wonder whether that man isn't there to spy on someone. The days passed, and the sun grew hotter and hotter in the evenings. The gardens were increasingly crowded, filled with craftsmen from the neighboring streets who came for a breath of fresh air around the four fountains. What I find odd is that in the mornings he never sits down. And why does he walk around the square twice, as if he were waiting for a signal? What is your pretty blonde maid doing at that time? I don't see her. She works in a house on the right, and from here you can't see what's going on inside. I run into her at the market, where she speaks to no one except to tell the stall holders what she wants. She never bargains, so she gets swindled by at least 20%. She always looks as if her mind is elsewhere. Well, next time I have a delicate surveillance mission, I'll give it to you instead of my men. You can laugh. We'll see one of these days whether. It was 8 o'clock. Maigret had already had dinner, which was rare, because he was usually detained at Quai des Orfèvres until quite late. He was leaning on the window sill in his shirt sleeves, pipe between his teeth, staring vaguely at the pink sky where dusk was gathering, at Place des Vosges, filled with people made languid by the early summer. Behind him, he could hear the clatter that signaled Madame Maigret was putting away the dishes and would soon join him with a piece of needlework. Evenings like this, without a thorny case to solve, a murderer to track down, or a thief to watch. Evenings when his thoughts could wander peacefully in the rosy glow of the sky were rare. And perhaps Maigret had never enjoyed his pipe so much, when all of a sudden, without turning around, he called out, "Henriette, do you want something? Come and see." With the stem of his pipe, he pointed to a bench just opposite them. On the corner of this bench, an old vagrant-like fellow was grabbing some shut-eye. In the other corner, "That's him," declared Madame Maigret. "Fancy that." She found it almost improper that her afternoon stroller should have departed from his routine and be sitting on the bench at that hour. "He appears to have fallen asleep," muttered Maigret, relighting his pipe. "If there weren't 2 flights of stairs to climb back up, I'd go and have a closer look, just to find out what stuff he's made of, this beau of yours." Madame Maigret went back into her kitchen. Maigret watched 3 boys having an argument. They ended up grappling in the dirt, while others roller skated around them. His second pipe had already gone out, and Maigret was still in the same position. The stranger, too, while the vagrant had woken and was plodding towards the banks of the Seine. Madame Maigret settled down, a piece of sewing on her knees, ever the housewife incapable of sitting idle for an hour. Is he still there? Yes. Aren't they about to lock the gates? In a few minutes, the warden is starting to shepherd people towards the exits. But the warden somehow didn't see the stranger, who still hadn't moved, and 3 of the gates were already locked. He was about to turn the key in the lock of the 4th when Maigret, without saying a word, picked up his jacket and went downstairs from up above. Madame Maigret saw him talking to the man in green, who took his job as warden very seriously. But he eventually allowed Maigret in, and he marched straight over to the man with the pince-nez. Madame Maigret had risen. She could tell that something was wrong, and she made a sign to her husband that meant, "Is that it?" She couldn't have said what, but for days and days she had been fearing something would happen. Maigret nodded, posted the warden by the gate, and went back home. My collar, my tie. Is he dead? As dead as a doornail for at least 2 hours, or I don't know my job. Do you think he had a stroke? Silence from Maigret, who always struggled to knot his tie. What are you going to do? Begin the investigation. Of course, inform the public prosecutor, the coroner, and the rest of them. A velvety darkness had fallen over the gardens, where the music of the fountains had intensified. The 4th, always the same,
had a sharper sound than the others.
A few moments later, Maigret went into the tobacconist's in Rue du Pas de la Mule, made a series of telephone calls, found a police officer, and posted him by the gate in place of the warden. Madame Maigret did not want to go downstairs. She knew that her husband hated her meddling in his cases. She also understood that, for once, he was relaxed because no one had noticed the dead man with the pince-nez, or his own comings and goings. The square, furthermore, was almost empty. Only the florists downstairs were sitting in front of their doorway, and the owner of the car accessories shop, in long gray overalls, had gone over to chat with them. They were surprised to see a first car stop in front of the gate and go into the gardens. They eventually wandered over when they saw a second car and a solemn gentleman who must have been from the public prosecutor's office. Finally, when the ambulance arrived, the group of curious onlookers had swelled to around 50 people, but no one suspected the reason for this strange gathering because the shrubs concealed the main stage. Madame Maigret had not switched on the lights. She often kept them off when she was alone. She was still looking out over the square and saw windows opening, but there was no sign of the pretty blonde maid. The ambulance left first, heading for the Forensic Institute, then a car with several passengers, then Maigret, on the pavement, spoke for a few minutes with some gentlemen before crossing the road and going back up to his apartment. "Aren't you putting the lights on?" he grumbled, trying to see in the dark. She turned the button. "Close the window. It's not warm." This was no longer the relaxed Maigret of earlier, but the Maigret of the police judiciaire, whose bouts of ill temper made the young inspectors quake. "Stop sewing. You're getting on my nerves."
Can't you be still for a moment without your needlework in your hands? She stopped sewing. He paced up and down the small apartment, his hands behind his back, occasionally darting strange looks at his wife. "Why did you say he sometimes seemed young and sometimes old?" "I don't know. It was an impression. Why, how old is he?" "He's not even 30. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that your fellow is not at all what he seemed. I'm saying that beneath his wig he had fair hair, that his mustache was fake, and that he wore a kind of corset that made him as stiff as an old man. But there are no buts. I'm still wondering by what miracle you somehow sniffed out this case. He almost held her responsible for what had happened, for their ruined evening, for the workload ahead. You know what's going on, don't you? Well, your suitor was murdered on that bench. That's not possible.
In front of all those people. In front of all those people. Yes. And most likely at precisely the moment when there were the most people. Do you think that that maid? I have just sent the bullet to an expert who should be phoning me in a few minutes. How could someone have fired a shot and... Maigret shrugged and waited for the telephone call that was not long in coming. Hello. Yes, that's what I thought too. But I needed your confirmation. Madame Maigret was impatient, but he deliberately took his time, grunting, as if it were none of her business. Air rifle, a special model, extremely rare. I don't understand. It means that the fellow was killed from a distance by someone lying in wait at one of the windows who was able to take all the time they needed to aim. What is more, the killer is a first-class marksman because he shot him directly in the heart, causing instant death. And so, in the sunshine, while the crowds, her nerves frayed, Madame Maigret suddenly began to cry. I'm sorry. I can't help it. I feel as if it's somehow my fault. It's silly, but when you've pulled yourself together, I'll take a witness statement from you. Me, a witness. Of course, so far, you are the only person who is able to give any useful information. Since your curiosity drove you to, and Maigret was willing to divulge some details, but still as if talking to himself. The man had no papers on him, pockets almost empty apart from a few 100-franc notes, a little change, a tiny key, and a nail file. We're still going to try to identify him. 30 years old, echoed Madame Maigret. It was disconcerting, and she now understood the almost mesmerizing effect created by this young man frozen in the attitudes of an old man, like a waxwork figure. Are you ready? Go ahead. Please note that I am questioning you in the line of duty, and that tomorrow I will have to write a report on this interview. Madame Maigret smiled, a wan smile, because she was intimidated. Did you notice this man today? I didn't see him in the morning because I went to Les Halles in the afternoon. He was in his usual place. What about the blonde maid? She was there too, as always. Had you ever seen them speaking to each other? They would have had to raise their voices because they were more than 8 meters apart. And they stayed like that, without moving, all afternoon, except that the woman was crocheting. Always crochet for 2 weeks. Yes. Did you notice what crochet stitch it was? No. Had it been knitting, I know all about that. But what time did the woman leave? I don't know. I was busy making custard, probably at around 5 o'clock, as usual. And in the opinion of the coroner, death did indeed occur at around 5 p.m. Only now, it's a question of minutes. Did the woman leave before or after 5 o'clock? Before or after the death? I wonder why today, of all days, you needed to make custard when you're spying on people. You see it through to the end, conscientiously. Do you think that woman? I don't think I just know that your information is the only basis I have for my investigation, and it is not brilliant. Do you even know who she works for? This blonde maidservant. She always goes into 17A. And who lives at 17A? I don't know that either. People who have a big American car and a driver who looks foreign. Is that all you noticed? Well, you'd make a fine police officer. I can tell you, a big American car and a driver who... This was just a show he put on when he was embarrassed, and his brief outburst ended up in a broad smile. You know, old girl, that if you hadn't been intrigued by your suitor's little game, I would be in real trouble right now. I'm not saying that the situation is great, or that the investigation will go smoothly, but there is something to go on, slender though it is. The beautiful blonde, as you call her. That reminds me. He dashed over to the telephone and alerted an inspector whom he put on sentry duty outside number 17A, instructing him that if a beautiful blonde girl came out, he was not to lose sight of her whatever happened. And now, to bed, there'll be time tomorrow morning. He was dozing off when his wife's timid voice ventured, "Don't you think it would be wise to—" "No, no, and no," he shouted, half sitting up in bed. "Just because you had a feeling something wasn't right, that doesn't mean you should start giving me advice to start with. It's time to go to sleep." It was the hour when the slate roofs of Place des Vosges glinted silver in the moonlight, and the four fountains continued to play a sort of chamber music, with the fourth always hurried and sounding a discordant notes. When Maigret, his face smeared with lather, his braces dangling down his thighs, first glanced out at Place des Vosges, there was already a large crowd around the bench where, the previous evening, a body had been discovered. The florist, better informed than the others, because she had watched the arrival of the public prosecutor, was giving voluble explanations, and, even from a distance, it was clear from her categorical stance that she was certain of her opinions. The entire neighborhood was there, and passers-by who a little earlier had been rushing to arrive on time at their workshop or office suddenly had time to stop, because it was a matter of a murder. "Do you know that woman over there?" Maigret asked, pointing with the tip of his razor at a youngish woman wearing a very elegant light-colored English suit that made her stand out from her neighbors. "I've never seen her. At least, I don't think so." That meant nothing. The first floors of the apartment buildings on Place des Vosges were occupied by wealthy upper-class and society people. All the same, a woman from the milieu that Maigret was grumpily studying was rarely out and about at 8 o'clock in the morning, unless it was to walk her dog. Right. "This morning, you're going to buy lots of food. You'll go into every shop. You'll listen to what people are saying, and, most importantly, you'll try to find out about your blonde maid and her employers. This time you won't accuse me of being a gossip," teased Madame Maigret. "When do you expect to be home?" "How do I know?" Because, although he had slept that night, the investigation had nevertheless continued, and he hoped to find some concrete evidence on his arrival at Quai des Orfèvres at 11 p.m. Dr. Hébrard, the renowned coroner, who was attending an opening night at the Comédie Française in a frock coat, had received a message. He'd stayed until the final act, then gone to the dressing room of one of the actresses, who was a friend of his, to congratulate her, and 15 minutes later, at the Forensic Institute, which was no other than the new mortuary, an assistant had handed him his white coat, while another removed the refrigerated body of the Place des Vosges victim from one of the storage units lining the walls. Meanwhile, under the eaves of the Palais de Justice, in the records department, where the files of
all the criminals of France and most of the criminals around the world are kept. Two men in gray overalls were patiently comparing fingerprints. Not far away, separated by a spiral staircase, the experts on night duty at the laboratory were embarking on their painstaking task of examining various items. A dark suit of an old-fashioned cut, button boots, a rush cane with a carved ivory pommel, a wig, a pince-nez, and a tuft of the dead man's fair hair. After shaking hands with his colleagues and exchanging a few brief words with the chief, Maigret walked into his office, which smelled of stale pipe smoke despite the open window, where he found 3 reports waiting for him in different colored folders, neatly arranged on his desk. Dr. Ebrard's report. First, the victim had apparently died almost instantaneously after being shot from a distance of more than 20 meters, perhaps 100, with a small caliber but very powerful gun. Estimated age 28. Given the absence of any occupational deformities, it was likely that the man had never been employed in regular manual work. On the other hand, he had practiced sports, especially rowing and boxing, in perfect health, remarkably hale and hearty. A scar on the left shoulder indicated that the young man had been hit in the shoulder blade around 3 years ago by a bullet from a revolver. Some compression of the fingertips was evidence that the stranger must have done a lot of typing. Maigret read slowly, puffing gently on his pipe, sometimes pausing to watch the Seine flowing past in the blazing morning sunshine. At other times, he jotted down a couple of words intelligible only to him in his notebook, which was famous for its ordinariness, and because, having been used for years, it was full of higgledy-piggledy annotations, one on top of the other, and it was a wonder that Maigret could make any sense of them. The laboratory report was no more sensational. The items of clothing had been worn by others before belonging to their last owner, and everything suggested that he had bought them at the clothes market at the Carreau du Temple or from a second-hand goods dealer. Same origin for the cane and the button boots. The wig, of quite good quality, was nondescript, a model that could be bought from any wig maker. Lastly, analysis of the dust found on the clothes revealed quite a large amount of ultra-fine flour. Not pure flour,
but flour still mixed with bran husks, pince-nez with flat lenses, of no use for correcting eyesight, from records, nothing, no file with fingerprints matching those of the victim. Maigret sat deep in thought for a while, his elbows on his desk, and perhaps he was overcome by a certain laziness. The case looked neither promising nor unpromising. But more unpromising, however, since fate, usually quite kind, was not offering the slightest help. Eventually he stood up, put on his hat, and went up to the duty clerk in the corridor. "If anyone asks for me, he'll be back in an hour or so." He was too close to Place des Vosges to take a taxi, so he went on foot. Along the banks of the Seine, he spotted Madame Maigret in the greengrocer's on Rue des Tournelles, engaged in an animated conversation with 3 or 4 busybodies. He looked away to hide his smile and kept walking. When Maigret had been just starting out in the police, one of his superiors, who was obsessed with scientific methods, which were very new at the time, was in the habit of saying to him, "Be careful, young man. Not so much imagination. Police work isn't based on hunches, but on evidence," which had not stopped Maigret from going on to carve out a rather successful career. And so, now that he'd reached Place des Vosges, he was less concerned with the technical details contained in the reports of that morning than with what he would have readily called the atmosphere of the murder. He tried to picture the victim, no longer dead as he had seen him, but alive, that young man of 28, fair-haired, robust, well-built, probably stylish, dressing each morning in the costume of an aged beau. That suit perhaps bought from the flea market, beneath which he still wore fine linen. Walking around the square twice, then heading off down Rue des Tournelles. Where was he going? What did he do until 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Did he stay disguised as a hero out of a farce by Labiche? Or did he change somewhere nearby? How was he then able to sit still for 3 hours on end, on a bench, without opening his mouth, not moving a muscle, staring into space? How long had this game been going on? And finally, at night, where did the stranger vanish to? What was his private life like?
Who did he see? Who did he talk to? To whom did he reveal the secret of his inner self? Why the flour and bran husks on his clothing? That suggested a flour mill, not a bakery. What did he get up to in a flour mill? Maigret forgot to stop in front of 17A and had to retrace his steps. He passed under the arches and spoke to the concierge. She didn't bat an eyelid when he showed her his police badge.
What do you want? I should like to know which of your residents employs an attractive, stylish, blonde maid. She broke in, already sure of herself. Mademoiselle Rita, it could well be. Every afternoon, she takes 2 children for a walk in the gardens. Her employer's children. That's Monsieur and Madame Crofta, who have lived on the first floor for more than 15 years. They were even here before me. Monsieur Crofta has an import-export business. He probably has offices in Rue du Fort Septembre. Is he at home? He's just gone out, but Madame must be up there. What about Rita? I don't know. I haven't seen her yet this morning. That said, I was doing my stairs. A few moments later, Maigret pressed the bell on the first floor and let it ring for a long time, because even though he could hear distant sounds coming from the apartment, it was a while before the door was opened. He rang again. At last, the front door opened a fraction. He glimpsed a youngish woman who was trying to conceal her body because she was scantily dressed in a pale blue bathrobe. Can I help you? I wish to speak to Monsieur or Madame Crofta. I am a detective inspector from the police judiciaire. She reluctantly opened the door, pulling her bathrobe tight around her, and Maigret entered a sumptuous apartment with vast, high-ceilinged rooms, tastefully furnished and with valuable ornaments. I apologize for receiving you like this, but I am alone with the children. How come you are already here? My husband left barely a quarter of an hour ago. She was a foreigner, as was evident from her slight accent and typical Eastern European charm. Maigret had already recognized her as the woman in the light-colored suit he had noticed that morning listening to the gossips in the middle of Place des Vosges. Were you expecting me? He muttered, trying to hide his surprise. You or another. But I have to say, I didn't realize that the police were so quick. I assume that my husband will be back. I don't know. Did you not see him? No. So why? There was plainly a misunderstanding, and Maigret, who stood only to gain information from it, did nothing to clear it up.
The young woman, for her part, perhaps to give herself time to think, stuttered, "Would you excuse me for a moment? The children are in the bathroom, and I wonder if they're up to some mischief." She sashayed out of the room. She was truly beautiful, both in body and face, and as well as gracefulness, she had a certain majesty in her bearing. She could be heard in the bathroom talking to the children in an undertone, and then she returned, giving a faint, welcoming smile. "I'm sorry. I didn't even invite you to sit down. I would have liked my husband to be here, because he knows the value of the jewels better than I do, since he's the one who bought them."
What jewels was she talking about? And what did this new element mean? And the slight anxiety of the young woman who was so impatient for her husband to come home. She seemed afraid to speak, dragging out the conversation to avoid saying anything compromising. Maigret, who sensed this, took care to help her and looked at her with as neutral an expression as possible, putting on what he called his jovial fatso face. "You're always reading about thefts in the newspapers, but strangely, you never think it can happen to you. Last night, I didn't have the least suspicion. It was this morning, when you came back," prompted Maigret. She gave a start. "How do you know I went out?" "Because I saw you." "Were you already in the area?" "I am here all year round because I am one of your neighbors." This worried her. She was clearly wondering what was behind those words that were puzzling in their simplicity. "I did indeed go out, as I often do, for some fresh air before getting the children washed and dressed. That's why you find me in my bathrobe. When I come home, I put on indoor wear and—" She could not repress a sigh of relief. Footsteps had stopped on the landing. A key turned in the lock. "My husband," she murmured, and she called out, "Boris, come in here. There's someone waiting to see you." Well, the man was also very distinguished looking, older than her, mid-40s, elegant, well-dressed, Hungarian or Czech, thought Maigret, but speaking perfect French. His words carefully chosen. "The inspector arrived before you, was telling him that you would be back soon." Boris Krofta studied Maigret with a polite attention that disguised his wariness to some extent. "Forgive me," he murmured, "but I do not entirely understand." "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret, from the Police Judiciaire.
That is odd.
And do you wish to speak to me, to the employer of a certain Rita who used to take 2 children for a walk around Place des Vosges every afternoon? Yes. But you are not going to tell me that you have found her already, or that you have recovered the jewelry. I know you must think me strange. What an odd coincidence. To think that I have only just come back from the local police station where I went to file a complaint against Rita, and then I get home to find you here, and you tell me there was a jitteriness about him. It did not occur to his wife to leave the 2 men alone, and she stared at Maigret with curiosity. What was the nature of your complaint? The theft of the jewelry. That girl vanished yesterday without giving us notice. I thought she had run off with a lover, and I promised myself to place an ad in the newspaper this morning. Last night, we didn't leave the house. This morning, while my wife was out, it suddenly occurred to me to look in her jewelry box. That was when I realized why Rita had run away. Because the box was empty. What time was it when you discovered the theft? Barely 9 a.m. I was in my bathrobe. As soon as I was dressed, I dashed to the police station. At this juncture, your wife came back. That is correct. While I was getting dressed. What I still don't understand is that you came here this morning. Mere coincidence, muttered Maigret in an easy-going tone. And yet, I'd like to be informed. Did you know this morning that the jewelry had been stolen? An evasive gesture from Maigret, which meant nothing and had the effect of heightening Boris's nervousness. At least will you do me the kindness of telling me the reason for your visit? I do not think that the French police are in the habit of going into private home, sitting down and listening to what people tell them. Maigret finished off. You'll admit that it's not my fault. Since I've been here, you have spoken to me about a jewelry theft, which is of no interest to me, whereas I came about a murder. A murder! Exclaimed the young woman. Were you not aware that a murder was committed yesterday on Place des Vosges? He saw her visibly rack her brains. Recall that Maigret had told her that he was her neighbor, and, whereas she might have said no, she murmured with a smile, I vaguely heard about something this morning when I was walking across the gardens. Some gossips were gathered. I do not see what broke in the husband, what this case has to do with you, nor do I, so far. But I am certain that we'll find out sooner or later. What time did Rita disappear yesterday afternoon? Just after 5 o'clock, replied Boris Krofta, without a hint of hesitation. Isn't that so, Olga? That's right. She returned at 5 with the children. She went up to her room, and I didn't hear her come down. At around 6 o'clock, I went up, because I was surprised that she wasn't cooking dinner, but her room was empty. Would you show it to me? My husband will take you up. It's awkward for me in this bathrobe. Maigret already knew the layout because it was exactly the same as his own apartment. After the second floor, the staircase became narrower and gloomier still, and you eventually reached the attic rooms. Krofta opened the third one. This is it. I left the key in the lock. Your wife just said that she was the one who came up. That is correct. But afterwards, I also came up. The open door revealed a servant's room that would have been ordinary, with its iron bedstead, wardrobe and wash basin, were it not for the view of Place des Vosges from the skylight. Next to the wardrobe was a fiber suitcase of the sort that was sold widely. Inside the wardrobe, clothing and linen. It appears that your maid left without taking her belongings. I suppose she preferred to take the jewelry, which is worth around 200,000 francs. Maigret's chubby fingers fiddled with a little green hat, then picked up another, trimmed with a yellow ribbon. Could you tell me how many hats your maid had? I don't know. My wife might be able to tell you, but I doubt it. How long had she been working for you? 6 months. Did you find her through an advertisement, through an employment agency, which gave her a glowing recommendation? Her work, by the way, was impeccable. Do you have any other servants? My wife insists on looking after the children herself, which explains why we only need one maid. What is more, we spend most of the year on the Côte d'Azur, where we have a gardener and his wife who help us. Maigret felt the need to blow his nose, despite the season. Then he dropped his handkerchief and picked it up. That's odd, he grunted, straightening up, then looking Boris Krofta up and down. He opened his mouth and shut it again. Did you want to say something? I wanted to ask you another question, but it is so indiscreet that you will find it offensive. Please go ahead. You insist? Well, I wanted to ask you if, by any chance, given that your maid was very pretty, you might have had relations with her other than those of employer and employee. A standard question. you see, and one which you do not need to feel obliged to answer. Curiously, Crofta paused to think. Suddenly, a lot more worried. He took his time, looking about him slowly. Then finally he sighed. Will my reply have to be made official? There is every likelihood that that will never become necessary. In that case, I'd rather admit that I did in fact, in the apartment downstairs. No, it's difficult because of the children. Did you meet outside? Never. I came up here from time to time, and I understand the rest, said Maigret with a smile, and I am very pleased with your reply. I had noticed that there was a button missing from your jacket sleeve. I have just found that button on the floor, at the foot of the bed. It is obvious that for it to be ripped off, you would have been engaged in quite strenuous activity, and he held out the button, and Crofta snatched it with surprising alacrity. When was the last time this took place? Asked Maigret reticently, heading for the door. 3 or 4 days ago. Wait, yes, 4 days. And was Rita willing? I think so. Was she in love with you? At least she led me to believe so. Are you aware of any rivals? Oh, Inspector, there was no question of that. And if Rita had had a suitor, I would not have considered him as a rival. I adore my wife and children, and I don't know myself why I... As he went down the stairs, Maigret couldn't help sighing. You, my friend, haven't stopped lying for one moment, I'm pretty sure. He stopped at the concierge's lodge and sat down facing the woman who was shelling peas. So, have you seen them? They're very upset about this jewelry theft. Were you in your lodge at 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon? Course I was. My son was even sitting where you are now, doing his homework. Did you see Rita and the children come in, as I'm seeing you now? And did you see her come back down again a few minutes later? That's what Monsieur Crofta came and asked me earlier. I told him that I didn't see anything. He says that's not possible, that I must have left my lodge, or that I wasn't paying attention. After all, so many people come in and out. But I think I'd have noticed her, because that wasn't her usual time. Have you ever run into Monsieur Crofta on the 3rd floor stairs? What would he be doing up there? Oh, I get it. Perhaps you think he might have gone up there to see his maid. It's obvious you don't know Mademoiselle Rita. Now they're saying she's a thief. Maybe. But as far as running around or allowing herself to be taken advantage of by an employer, resigned. Maigret lit his pipe and left. So, Detective Inspector Madame Maigret, he teased fondly, planting himself in front of the window where his shirt sleeves made two bright patches in the sunlight. So, you're going to have to be content with grilled meat and an artichoke. And I bought it ready cooked to save time, listening to all that gossip. What are people saying? Come on, tell me the results of your investigation. First of all, Mademoiselle Rita was not a maid. How do you know? All the shopkeepers noticed that she didn't know how to count in centimes, which shows she's never done household shopping. When the butcher wanted to give her the usual servant's discount, she looked at him in surprise, and if she accepted it, I am sure it was so as not to draw attention to herself. Right, so a girl from a good family who's playing at being a maid at Monsieur Croft's. I think she's more likely to be a student in the local shops. Nearly all languages are spoken: Italian, Hungarian, Polish, apparently. She always seemed to understand, and when someone told a joke in front of her, she'd smile. And are they saying anything about your beau? People had noticed him, but not as much as me. Oh yes, there's something else. The Gastambete's maid, who often goes and sits in the gardens in the afternoons, says that Rita didn't know how to crochet, and that her handiwork would never have been any use except as a dish rag. Maigret's beady eyes laughed at his wife's efforts to gather together all her memories and express them with order and method. And that's not all before her. The Crofts had a girl from their country who they fired because she was pregnant. By Crofta. Oh no, he's too besotted with his wife. Apparently, he's so jealous that they have almost no visitors. And so, every second, all these snippets, these statements, true or false, changed the characters' profiles and sometimes contributed additional information. Since you've done such a good job, muttered Maigret, lighting a fresh pipe, I'm going to give you a tip-off. The shot that killed our stranger in a wig and pince-nez was fired from Rita's garret, and that will not be difficult to prove during a reconstruction. I've checked the angle of fire, which perfectly fits the position of the body and the trajectory of the bullet. Do you think she was the one who... I have no idea. Keep trying. And sighing, he put his collar and tie back on. She helped him into his jacket. Half an hour later, he sank into his chair at the police judiciaire and mopped his face, because the weather was even hotter than the day before, and there was a storm in the air. An hour later, Maigret's 3 pipes were hot, the ashtray full, and the blotting pad covered in a jumble of words and random phrases. As for Maigret, he yawned, visibly sleepy, staring with his round eyes at everything he had written during his trance. Supposing that Crofta had caused Rita to disappear, the theft of the jewelry was a clever way of diverting suspicion away from him. That was well and good, but it proved nothing, and the maid could well have run off with her employer's jewelry. Crofta had been loath to admit that he was his servant's lover. That could mean that it was true and that it was an embarrassment for him. It could also mean that it was not true, but that he had caught Maigret picking up the button, or that he suspected Maigret's question was some kind of trap. The button would have been lying there for 4 days, whereas the floor appeared to have been freshly swept. And why had Madame Crofta gone out for a walk so early that morning? Why had she been reluctant to admit that she had heard about the murder, whereas Maigret had seen her hanging around the gossips for some time? Why had Crofta asked the concierge if she had seen Rita go out? A personal investigation. Was it not rather because he knew that the police would ask the same question? And that, by speaking of it first, he had the opportunity to influence the good woman. Abruptly, Maigret stood up. This whole jumble of minute details and comments ultimately not only annoyed him, but created in him a dull anxiety, because it was impossible not to end up asking, "Where is Rita?" on the run, if she had killed and stolen. But if she hadn't either killed or stolen, then, a moment later, he was in the chief's office and, putting on a surly air, he said, "Could you wangle a blank search warrant for me?" "Are you serious?" laughed the head of the police judiciaire, who knew Maigret's moods better than anyone. "We'll see what we can do. But you must be careful." "All right." As if by chance, while the chief was dealing with the search warrant, Maigret received a telephone call. It was his wife, sounding worried. "I've just thought of something. I don't know if I should say it over the phone." "Say it anyway." "Supposing it wasn't the woman who fired." "I understand." "Go on." "Supposing, for instance, it was her employer. Are you with me? I wonder whether she might not still be in the apartment. By any chance may be already dead, or may be held captive." It was touching to see Madame Maigret energetically pursuing a lead for the first time in her life. But what Maigret
was not admitting was that, in short, she had arrived at more or less the same point as him. "Is that all?" he teased. "All the same, are you making fun of me? Do you not think that, in other words, if we searched 17A from the cellar to the attic, just think, if she was still alive, we'll see. In the meantime, try and see to it that dinner is a little more substantial than lunch." He hung up and found in the chief's office the warrant he had requested. "Doesn't this have all the hallmarks of an espionage case to you, Maigret?" But Maigret, when challenged, hated compromising himself, and he merely shrugged. Then, already in the corridor, he turned back, saying, "I'll tell you this evening." Madame Lécuyer, the concierge at 17A, was doubtless a good woman who was doing her very best to raise her children decently. But her shortcoming was that she panicked easily. "You understand," she said, "with all these people questioning me since this morning, I don't know whether I'm coming or going. Calm down, Madame Lécuyer," said Maigret, sitting by the window, not far from the boy, who, as on the previous day, was doing his homework. "I've never harmed anyone, and you're not being accused of harming anyone. I am simply asking you to try and remember. How many residents do you have? 22. Because I have to tell you that the second and third floor apartments are small. 1 and 2 bedrooms, which makes a lot of people. Were none of these residents friendly with the Croftas? What do you imagine? The Croftas are wealthy, with their car and their driver. Incidentally, do you know where they park their car? Somewhere around Boulevard Henri IV. The driver hardly ever comes here because he eats outside. Did he come yesterday afternoon? I'm not sure. I think he did. With the car? No, the car wasn't parked yesterday or this morning. It's true that the employers haven't been out to speak of. I see. Was the driver in the building at around 5 o'clock yesterday? No. He left at 4:30. I remember because my boy had just come home from school. That's right, her son agreed, looking up. Now, another question. Did any large parcels leave here after 5 o'clock yesterday? For example, did a removals lorry park nearby? Definitely not. No one took out any furniture or packing cases or bulky parcels. What do you want me to say? She moaned. How am I supposed to know what you mean by a bulky parcel? A parcel that might, for instance, contain a human body? Jesus, Mary, is that what you're thinking? Are you suggesting that someone has been killed in my building? Let's go over your recollections, hour by hour. No, I didn't see anything of the sort.
No lorry, no cart, not even a barrow came into the courtyard. No, I'm telling you. Are there no empty rooms here? Are all the apartments occupied? Every single one. There was only one unoccupied room on the third floor, and it was rented out 2 months ago. Just then, the boy looked up, and with his pen holder between his teeth, he said, "What about the piano, Mama? What's that got to do with it?" It's not a package that was taken out, but a package that came in. They even had a real struggle to get it up the stairs. A piano was delivered yesterday at 6:30. Which company? I don't know. There was no name on the lorry. It didn't drive into the courtyard. There was a huge crate, and 3 men worked for a good hour. Did they take the crate away with them? No. Monsieur Lucien came down with the delivery men to buy them a drink at the bar on the corner. Who is this Monsieur Lucien? The tenant in the small room I told you about. He's been up there for 2 months. He's very quiet, very proper. Apparently, he's a composer. Does he know the Croftas? I bet he's never even seen them. Was he at home yesterday at 5 o'clock? He came in at around 4:30, about when the driver was leaving. Did he tell you he was having a piano delivered? No. He simply asked if there was any mail for him. Did he receive much? Very little. Thank you, Madame Lécuyer. Stay calm. There's no need to worry. Maigret left, gave instructions to 2 inspectors who were pacing up and down Place des Vosges. Then he went back into the building, hastily passing the concierge's lodge to avoid her asking him more questions and telling him how worried she was. Maigret did not stop on the first floor, or on the second, on the third, leaning over. He noticed the scratch marks the piano had made as it was hauled up the stairs by the men. The scuffs seemed to stop at the 4th door, and he knocked, heard muffled footsteps, like those of an old woman in slippers. Then a cautious voice mumbling, "Who is it?" "Monsieur Lucien, please. It's next door." But at the same time, another voice stammered a few words
and the door opened a little. A fat old woman tried to make out Maigret's face in the gloom. Monsieur Lucien's not here for now, but perhaps I could give him a message without thinking. Maigret leaned in to peep at the second person who was inside the room. In the half-light, you could barely see. The room was cluttered with ancient furniture, old fabrics, and hideous knickknacks, and it reeked of that smell that is peculiar to the homes of the elderly. Near the sewing machine sat a woman, bolt upright, like a person visiting, and Maigret was more astonished than he had ever been in his life on recognizing his own wife. I found out that Mademoiselle Augustine took in small sewing jobs, said Madame Maigret hastily. I came to see her about an alteration. We had a chat. She has the room next to that of the maid who stole. Maigret shrugged, wondering what his wife was leading up to. The strangest thing is that yesterday a piano was delivered to the other neighbor, a huge crate, which must still be there. This time Maigret winced, furious that his wife had come to the same conclusions as him. Goodness knows how. Since Monsieur Lucien isn't here, I'll have to go downstairs, he said. And he didn't waste a moment. He brought in the two inspectors he'd left on Place des Vosges in front of the building and positioned them on the stairs near the Croftas' door. A locksmith was called, as well as the chief inspector of the local police station. Shortly afterwards, the door to Monsieur Lucien's room was forced open. Inside the room was just an ordinary piano, a bed, a chair, a wardrobe, and, against the wall, the crate in which the piano had been delivered. Open that crate, ordered Maigret, who was taking a big gamble and was deeply afraid. He didn't want to touch it himself, for fear of finding it empty. He pretended to fill his pipe, as he pretended not to jump when someone shouted, "Inspector, a woman! I know. She's alive." And he repeated, "I know." Of course, from the moment there was a woman in the crate, it had to be the notorious Rita, and he was almost certain that she was alive, tightly bound and gagged. Try and bring her round. Call a doctor. He walked past his wife, who was in the corridor with Mademoiselle Augustine, and who gave him a smile that was unique in the annals of their marriage. A smile that would have him believe that Madame Maigret was going to abandon her role of submissive wife and become a detective. As Maigret reached the first floor, the door of the Croftas' apartment opened. Crofta was there in person.
agitated but self-controlled. "Is Monsieur Maigret not here?" he asked the two inspectors standing guard. "I'm here, Monsieur Crofta. There's a phone call for you from the Ministry of the Interior." That was not entirely true. It was the head of the police judiciaire who was telephoning his subordinate. "Is that you, Maigret? I was certain I'd be able to get hold of you there, while you were up to goodness knows what in the building. The fellow whose apartment I called to speak to you phoned his embassy. The embassy alerted Foreign Affairs. I understand," grunted Maigret. "I told you so. An espionage case. The word is to keep it hush-hush. Avoid saying anything to the press. For a long time, Crofta has been the unofficial agent in France for his country. He's the one who coordinates all the secret agents' reports." Crofta stood in a corner of the room, pale but smiling. "Can I offer you a drink, Inspector?" "No, thank you." "I hear you have found my maid," and Maigret replied, hammering out each syllable. "I found her in time. Yes. Goodbye, Monsieur Crofta." "As for me," said Madame Maigret, finishing her chocolate cream, "when I was told that that girl didn't know how to crochet—" "Of course," agreed her husband. "Did they really manage to communicate interesting things to each other through that system for hours each day? In short, if I understand correctly, this girl, this Rita, who entered into service with the Croftas as a maid, in fact spent her time spying on her employers." Maigret never liked explaining a case, but this time it would have been too cruel to leave Madame Maigret in the dark. "She was spying on spies," he grunted, and gruffly, shrugging his shoulders. "That is why, just when I can at last lay hands on the gang, I'm ordered back off." Silence and discretion. "It's true that it's not very pleasant." She sighed as if forgiving all of Maigret's past ill humor. "Quite a case, all the same, interspersed with flashes of genius. You can understand the situation. The Croftas, on the one hand, all the intelligence that passes through their hands, which they pass on to their government. On the other hand, a cleaning woman and a man, Rita, and the old gentleman on the bench, your strange suitor. Who are they working for now? That's none of my business. It's the turn of the Foreign Military Intelligence Agency. Most likely, they're agents for another power, perhaps also from an opposing faction. Because the domestic and foreign policies of some countries are curiously intricate.
The fact remains that they need the intelligence centralized each day by Crofta, and Rita gets hold of that intelligence without too much difficulty. But how to transmit it outside spies are wary.
The slightest suspicious move would be her downfall. Hence the idea of the elderly beau and the bench, the idea too of crocheting, which, manipulated by hands more expert than they appear, was in fact transmitting strings of long messages in Morse code. Facing Rita, her accomplice memorized everything. It is one more example of the incredible patience of some secret agents, because he had to retain every word of what he had just learned for hours on end, until, in his lodgings in Corbeil, near Moulins, he would spend the night typing it up. I wonder how this clever game was discovered by the Croftas. Probably through the driver who, at around 4, brought the news. Madame Maigret listened without daring to display the slightest emotion. So afraid was she that Maigret would stop. Now, you know as much as I do. For the Croftas, it was a matter of doing away with the man first, and then grilling Rita to find out from her who she worked for and what services she had already rendered. A long time ago, Crofta installed a henchman in his building, Monsieur Lucien, who is an ace marksman. He calls him Monsieur Lucien arrives, doesn't waste a minute, and from the young woman's room shoots the enemy pointed out to him with an air rifle. No one sees anything or hears anything except Rita, who must be bringing the children home and who must keep up a pretense for fear of being killed too. She knows what awaits her. They try to drag her secret out of her. She holds firm. They threaten to kill her and then have that piano delivered to Monsieur Lucien, the crate of which will serve to remove her body. Besides, who would go looking for her in the musician's room? Already Crofta is orchestrating his defense, lodges a complaint, announces the disappearance of his maid, invents the theft of his wife's jewelry, and silence. Dusk was falling. The sky was turning dark blue, and the fountain's silvery music blended with the liquid silver moonlight. And you handled it, burst out Madame Maigret with admiration. He looked at her, half in earnest, half in jest. She went on, "It's infuriating that just as you solved it, you weren't allowed to see it through." Then he, in mock annoyance, "Do you know what's even more infuriating? It's having found you at that Mademoiselle Augustine's. In other words,
You were on the scene before me. Then again, it did involve your suitor.